3, 2, 1. Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials. The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor Gary Beekler. Gary, it is good to see you, my friend. How are you today?
Fade in, everyone. Fade in. We just had a little chat, and I think you and I have come up with something that is a logical explanation to get us out of this goddamn daylight savings time bullshit. Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain, Protestant. I am tired of daylight savings time, so I am no longer recognizing it. I am now on my own standard time. To hell with it. I'm not falling back. I'm not springing forward anymore. Screw this shit.
Well, I love it. I love it. I want to do it too. I hate this daylight savings time bullshit. Every time it's spring forward, it fucks me up. It fucks up my life. I hate it. So we are no longer Gary and I no longer acknowledge this shit.
Nope.
The rest of the world needs to adapt to us.
Yep. Not setting my clocks forward or back anymore. That was it. That was the last time. Hell, do we need to be somewhere on time? I mean, really, we're YouTubers.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? I've fallen back on quoting Chicago. That's how bad
time
it is.
Is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so.
Yes, well, I am delighted, whatever time it is, to be here with you on the Inquisition. I want to welcome everyone to the show. You picked a good week to come over here, folks, because we have a lot to gripe about, and we're just gonna tear right into it now. You know, we are going to talk a little bit about we're going to talk about Batwoman, this last episode of Batwoman, talk about the greatness that is Superman and Lois.
Yes.
We're going to talk about Batman Dying is Easy, which is a great fan film. Damn fine fan film with Doug Jones and Michael Madsen.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Was a little loaded, but he still put in a great performance. So performance, we'll say. I mean, he's a talented actor and everything, but I can tell when somebody's high. It's like we addicts are like vampires. We can point each other out. We can't.
Yeah, holding up a mirror and you can see I see a little syringe floating there. We know. We also will talk about the Lord of the Rings project that is looks like it's going south, Gary, which will be very interesting. But first, I was dismayed once again to see this week that you and basically all of us in the Fandom Menace, but you were pictured along with a whole bunch of other folks slandered by the same old tired bullshit from a bunch of whiny ass snowflake SJW wankers that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, trying to slander the Fandom Menace as being alt-right, wearing sheets, setting fire to religious statues and structures on the lawn, sig-haying and all this shit. Total and complete bullshit, slanders against the Fandom Menace for being alt-right because we don't like the fucking Last Jedi, because we don't like what they've done to Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who. Oh, heaven forbid that we should go against their stupid fucking narrative. And because we do, even though the gamut runs from right wing, left wing. I'm pretty much a centrist myself, but anybody that goes in any way against their silly ass narrative, their woke wanker bullshit that most of America disagrees with and has gotten sick of the more that they've gotten aware of it, if you have any daylight between their position and your position, you're alt-right. You're just an istophobe or whatever. I think it's a damn joke. I avoid polluting my mind with this kind of pornography. I do not look at it. I don't acknowledge it. But sometimes when it's such a broad assault, I guess we have to talk about it. So I am going to turn the floor over to our esteemed Gary Beekler of Nerdrotic Channel to go ahead and fill me in on what I refused to look at.
Okay. This was a tome. It was a 70-minute read. It says it was on Medium, which makes it a blog. And I had a quick discussion with my members this morning, and Vigilante Williamson, who seems to always be on point on this stuff. Just want to point that out. Brought something up that I hadn't really considered, but when he brought it up, I'm all, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that this thing was mostly written by AI. Artificial intelligence. Whether it was the way they search or whatever it was done. That's why most of the stuff was old. It was very old. They have very few new snippets. My God, they missed one of the best snippets that could have been a thesis for their entire thing when Ryan made, and this is in jest, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this was in jest, but we were discussing WandaVision and the time of the 50s and the 60s, and Ryan made his now infamous quote, "All women had to do back then was cook and get fucked," and it's a joke. It was funny, but the fact that they missed that shows you that they haven't watched any of our stuff, and if they watched it in length at all, that they would eventually hear that none of us really get political at all. I would say Jeremy does on his personal channel, but he keeps it off of Geeks and Gamers. The politics I have discussed on my personal channel were my personal consequences of living in California. And quite frankly, there is no other side here. So I don't know who else I can't blame it on Republicans. Whatever goes on here, I have to blame who's ever overlording me. And at that point was, Gavin Newsom and stuff. And I talked about it, why I'm leaving the state, and I'm done with that conversation until I leave. I've made my decision. I'm gone. But I talk about pop culture. Okay. So this whole article, the entire thesis was based on Star Wars. It was based on The Last Jedi and tweets opposed to YouTube videos. I'm trying to break this down as simple as possible. So they did an extensive search of tweets about The Last Jedi on Twitter, and then they did an extensive search about YouTube videos centering around Kathleen Kennedy on YouTube. Their thesis was, well, Twitter liked The Last Jedi, so everybody did. That was it. And if you don't like The Last Jedi, you're alt-right. And let's not, parse any words here. Alt-right means Yahtzee. That's what they mean. They mean we are white supremacists. They mean we are fans of that horrible thing that happened in World War II, which none of us are. None of us said that. None of us have said we are against diversity and inclusivity. The worst thing, and I don't think it's the worst personally, I think it's the best thing I've ever said about it, is we know what baggage comes along with that. It's not about inclusivity and diversity. It's about using people to further a message, a political side. And it's not even that, it's authoritarianism now. So
it is.
And it is. And the biggest problem that, and Ryan pointed this out, Ryan Cannell, that when you base your research on Twitter versus YouTube, well, far more Americans, far more people on the planet Earth are on YouTube, and it's a better representation of right, left, center of everything, because there's more people who are, more importantly, more engaged, to the point of hundreds of millions of more people are on YouTube than they are on Twitter. YouTube is the second most search thing on the planet. So it's a better representation of real life. I'm not saying it is real life, but it's a better representation of it. Twitter is nowhere near a good representation of life at all, because out of the vast majority of tweets that are put up, they are put up by 10%. 10% of Twitter users. And of that 10%, it skews very heavily female left, where YouTube is a better representation of everything. So I would say that if you want to use their own research, The Last Jedi, most people think it sucks. Most people think it sucks. And that's a fact. When you have very few people wanting to defend it all the time, constantly defending what's essentially a crappy movie, that's all it is, that sends a horrible message, that destroys Luke Skywalker. And they even mention that, and they cite that, and they show their bias towards the end. When I'm paraphrasing here, they mention, people just got to essentially get used to the times where these characters are old hat and nobody's interested in them anymore, and they're trying to make way for a new, inclusive, and diverse world. Well, certainly we're fine with that. But you're saying Luke Skywalker isn't important to people anymore? Well, then I guess you missed that whole Mandalorian season 2 finale. I know Disney missed it, but they missed it too, which was a moment that sent shockwaves through pop culture that currently Disney is just completely ignoring. And that is, people still love their traditional heroes. We essentially just want good entertainment. We don't want entertainment that's divisive. And just because you wave the flag of inclusivity and diversity does not mean you're a good guy. You're just using that to justify your awful behavior towards other people. And I found it very interesting today that Pablo Hidalgo follows this account, and people who work at Lucasfilm retweeted this article. The article is filled with misinformation. That fake news that they love to talk about, and misinformation. That's what it's filled with. It's filled with keywords that are meant to keep it in the algorithm, and more importantly, associate it to us so they can silence our voice. This is Disney, more importantly, Lucasfilm sponsored cancel culture. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. And it was done in the laziest way. And we can go down. I'm not going to go down it, but you can go down it and see it for yourself. And I invite anybody who found Doomcock or yours truly or Midnight's Edge or Ryan or Jeremy or Mahler gets brought up into this. Poor Mahler. Go watch our content. Go watch our content and decide for yourself. See what they say, and then go watch. I mean, we have thousands of hours of content that they skipped. The one quote they attributed to me was they said I was suggesting Taika Waititi wanted to ruin our mythos without really considering that that's what he actually said.
He said it.
Yes.
That's just the stupidest, laziest bunch of shit I've ever heard. Even if they had a very passing familiarity with everything that's been going on, they would know that Tico Woke Titty said that himself. He said it himself. We didn't say it. He said it.
Yep.
God almighty, what a bunch of intellectually deprived, stunted, and dishonest people.
Yeah.
If they were even people. You were saying it may have been AI that slapped this together.
Yeah, I think there's people behind the AI, but most definitely AI did a lot of the work. And what is Gina's quote? I mean, she attributed to somebody else was, don't try to destroy my life with lies when I can, destroy yours with the truth. And essentially they have to continually lie about us, associate us with the alt-right continually without being able to actually prove it, when we have hours and hours of content that you can go through, and they never reference I am not trying to be political. I have no problem with a black female lead. I have no problem with anybody. I don't. I have a problem with a bad story, and I have a problem when I can suss out the motivation behind why a lot of people have hijacked and vandalized and taken over these intellectual properties, because they see it as a very good vehicle of their message. Please watch my next video. We have another creative saying that very thing. Brie Larson has said that. Again, I paraphrase. She thought Captain Marvel was a great opportunity to spread her message. Not like, oh, this sounds like a fun role to play. I mean, something as simple as that. So that's what we're constantly dealing with. That's why we constantly have to bring it up. And I know sometimes it feels like, people get tired of it. And you got to remember that there are still a large portion of the American populace who has or the world populace has no idea this is going on within entertainment.
Right. Right. That's absolutely true. Look, Brett Weinstein, I was watching him on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he appeared separately, and then he also appeared with Jordan Peterson, and he was sounding the alarm way back about shit that was going on at the school where he was employed as an instructor, where students were intimidating, instructors and stuff for calling them out for microaggressions. Patrolling the fucking school grounds with baseball bats against I guess imaginary Antifa guys in the bushes or something. It's insane, and he was warning people. This is in colleges now, but it's going to spread out into the world. And lo and behold, he was quite correct, and we're seeing it here. And ignore this at your own risk, normies, because it's coming for you too.
Yeah, you can't ignore it. And I tweeted today, I mean, speak up against cancel culture or be its victim. I saw that Bill Burr was trending again, and Bill Burr had a great opportunity to call it out with Gina Carano, and now it's coming for him. And he knew it would come for him. And listen, you want to choose your battles. You most definitely want to choose your battles, but you cannot run from everything. You cannot ignore everything. Mm-mm. You cannot think, oh, I just want positive all the time. That's not reality. That's not real life. You have to face things that are scary, things that are negative. And if we don't call it out, then that comfort that everybody wants will be gone. It won't be a very comfortable place if you're constantly checking yourself on your language. If you're constantly checking yourself, hang on.
Uh-oh, somebody just checked you. Somebody just called.
This is my pinball machine.
Okay. Or is it? Is somebody taking control of your pinball machine? Not liking what you're saying. You might want to be worried.
It's got a mind of its own. It's like Christine, the pinball.
But this is look, it's so craven. It's so obviously a lie. It's obviously has no intellectual basis whatsoever. They're intellectually completely bankrupt, morally bankrupt too, because they lie constantly about all of us. And it's such bold-faced, bald lies that it's no work at all to call them out on it. But it's also incredibly tedious to just sit there and listen to the same old bullshit lies when, we've got lives to live and stuff, it's really just grinding to you. It's tough to listen to, isn't it, dude?
It is. And they're bringing up people who have been kind of out of things for a long time too. And then they bring up Richard Spencer and then Steve Bannon, who have nothing to do with each other. And until this article came out, I have never uttered their name on my channel. I don't discuss these people. I don't discuss politics. And the worst thing it's not bad, as I've said, is everybody's welcome. You're welcome. I'm not going to demonize you because I may disagree or agree with whatever. I mean, unless it's near election, I don't give a shit about politics, right? I'm going to change that. I'm going to have to, because I think a lot of us consider who lords over us locally. But other than that, I want to talk about pop culture, and this, because this, what's going on in pop culture is important. You get through a culture, if you get control of a culture, which they have firm control of right now, then you control a society. And, as somebody who's been kind of a lifelong independent, never had my political scorecard filled out to take things by the issue, and pretty anti-establishment most of my life. I feel very comfortable now. And when you see big tech, big business, big entertainment, fucking Coca-Cola, all these things on the same side, and then you want to, that should disturb everyone. Everyone. This was a liberal's worst nightmare 20 years ago, and now I'm seeing people root it on. So it's by again, here we can share this. I'm going to share this. Somebody brought this up in my member stream today. I thought it was a good idea. So we're just going to pull up the article for a second. I'm not going to read this entire stupid thing.
Oh no, God, no. We don't want to give them any oxygen whatsoever.
I did a search for IST. IST. Somebody, I forgot who brought this up, or I'd give you credit. I'm sorry. And aside from the words where IST will be in the middle, there's a few of them there, but most of it is supremacist, racist, misogynist, and it's in this article 188 times. So if I scroll down here, watch my cursor.
Ists and phobes. Yeah.
It's like history right there. History exists. Yeah. Okay. But then there's supremacist again. There's feminist.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at how far it goes down.
Oh, what a bunch of shitheads.
Then we get to all these little pie charts and shit. And then where's Ichitaka? And I'm still going, by the way. It's still going. They bring up Kelly Marie Tran. There's never been any proof ever. But right. I do have a lot of proof of Gina Carano getting, that was it. It was done. But there is a lot of proof of Gina Carano being horribly abused by the same people who were complaining about, that's something Data Racer can do. Data Racer. If you could find the same people who were complaining about Kelly Marie Tran being forced off of social media, wanting Gina Carano to get canceled, I bet you'll find they will be the same people more than not.
Oh, sure. I would not doubt that whatsoever. Their hypocrisy is boundless. These people have no scruples, no argument to make. Honestly, they are just a bunch of slandering, lying pieces of filth. And their AI is too.
They are. Yes. Well, it's all about the motivation, right? So, and Mrs. Nerdrotic found the thing that was the most amusing is that we were highly organized. Like, what? Are you kidding me? I don't even want to be highly organized. That's not even something I aspire to. I mean, geez, except for my comic collection, maybe. But
yeah, I don't have any time for this political bullshit. I never, ever, ever talk politics. Period. Just flat out do not. So, all I talk about is the actual ramifications of this kind of authoritarian, totalitarian bent associated with this wokeness, this SJW crap. They really are. They are leftist authoritarians of the worst kind. They are basically trying to institute a kind of reign of terror over our consciousness, scaring us out of expressing certain ideas, even to the point of even thinking certain ideas. That's their aim, and that's why we have to keep fighting against them.
Yes. Yeah. It's Christ, even, Many people have said this, but the best way to deal with speech, if you don't like it, is more speech. Just more speech.
Yeah.
I mean, like, people are free to sound as dumb as they want. Let them be. Let them be. I mean, like this article, in a lot of ways, it sucks that it's out there. This is going to be associated to our names for a while. But good. Put it out there, and then at least this will turn people onto our channels, for one. So say thank you, and I appreciate that. And it will also, wake people up to what is going on. Now, some people will read what they want to read, and of course they all work at Lucasfilm, but I'm talking about normal people who go about their life and work and don't want to cancel people and just want to, be happy. And at the bottom of this, there is so much, there's so much entitlement. That's a word that they love to throw at us. Entitlement. All you have to do is look who is banning speech, who is banning free expression, or even worse, manipulating that speech and weaponizing it. Who is trying to ban books right now? Who is trying to ban and label movies right now? That's not your friend. That's not your friend. For one, you need to know how ugly the past was. Certainly, people lived in their time, and we have evolved since then. And if we don't show that evolution, then how do we show that we can change? Now, it's almost like somebody wants to erase the past to show that we can't change, to help a narrative that they're having a little trouble with. But the problem is we have so many large entities on board with this out of fear. They're out of, it's a lot of this is politics of fear. It's, well, if you don't come on our side, we will cancel you. So of course the corporations, but okay, and right now, a very small percentage of people is controlling entertainment, big tech, whether it's willing or out of fear. I don't care. There's a point where, what are you risking here? Are a couple of billionaires risking losing a couple of $1 million? That's what I asked of Jon Favreau and Bill Burr. You know what? It's easy for me to criticize you, and you'll be risking your career, but somebody will have to eventually. Gina was brave enough to do that. She came out the other side, and believe me, she's going to be much, much, much better off for it. Bill Burr would have been better off for it if he spoke up. He might not have gotten that guest starring gig at Disney, but quite frankly, he's not a thespian. He's a Boston comedian. He's very good at being a Boston comedian, and that's probably all he'll ever be. But he could be a legendary one, and now he's not going to be unless he takes a stand. And Bill Burr is woke. I mean, he calls out PC stuff once in a while, but he is woke. Like he definitely backs woke politics. I guess it's the Boston in him where like the common sense comes in once in a while. I don't know. There's a matter of factness to people from Boston that
that's very true. I just feel like we have to keep standing up against this stuff. We have to speak out about it, but also I think we have to try and not internalize this shit. You're talking about your point where, they are basically trying to slander us and stick it to us and so on and so forth. I don't give a damn about politics. All I want is a good pop culture. I want good stories, good acting. When I see it, I praise it. I don't have any kind of political background on it, but when it falls short, as it did under Kennedy with the sequel trilogy, falls short on Doctor Who, falls short from Secret Hideout and Bad Reboot over on Star Trek side of things, and I'm not going to be silent. I am not going to basically be gaslit out of speaking out for quality, Gary. That's all that I want, is just good quality as a consumer, period. I'm fighting for this, not out of politics or any kind of grand and and noble ideals. I just want some fucking good movies and good television show to help all of us get through our lives. And, I also feel that art deserves to exist for its own sake. In other words, I think a civilization, to really be a civilization, has to have culture, has to have art, has to have a soul. And these soulless apparatchiks, for whatever fucking totalitarian regime they're trying to inflict on the earth, they are not interested in our souls. They just want to control our minds, and they want to control them through fear. And that's the bottom line of all of this. They want to brainwash us, to control us through fear. And we have to keep in mind that these people mean almost nothing in the grand scheme of things. Twitter is not the real world. Social media is an exaggerated funhouse mirror that is warping everything reflected in it, including us. And I mean, beyond a certain point, we just have to persevere. We just have to blow these idiots off. And I don't know. I mean, what other way can we retaliate, Gary? I mean, literally, we don't want to get sucked into their narrative. We don't want to spend time rebutting it necessarily, because then it adds fuel to the fire. But we also can't ignore it. It's a very confusing time. What do you think?
We by laughing at it, by mocking it, by minimizing it to what it is, it is laughable. And what we do is, right now we're offering kind of programming. Now we talk about entertainment and stuff, but you and I could talk about whatever. Really, we could talk about whatever for 2 hours and we'd have a good time. I don't know how big the audience would be, but like, hey, we're happy with whatever we got, and we'd have a good time. One thing I did notice when this was about a year ago or so, not going to name the podcast, but there was a podcast that kind of was going after Jeremy again and me, and they were, and you, and calling out stuff. But then a couple of those people, Jeremy faced his critics, and threw facts in their face. They didn't have much to say, and then behind the scenes said, we watched your guys' live streams, and we wish we could have the camaraderie that you guys had, and the interaction in the chat that you guys had. And it's based on jealousy. Okay. And it's a basic human thing, and it's understandable, but we have fun and we interact, and God, our chats are the best. There is groups and subgroups and groups within our chats that get together often. They have their own Discord. God, there was a Discord thing on my chat. I didn't know it was even there, but it was there. And then, and then some people from your area or my area will go out and form their own live stream. And it's awesome seeing this thing grow. And it's just people hanging out and having a good time, paying it forward, having a good time. And that's how we beat them, with laughter and smiles. And like, this shit does not bother me in the least. I lose zero sleep over it. I am not afraid of these people. You're not afraid of, none of us are like worried about this. We will get out in front of something and we want to protect something, but am I like genuinely worried about this article? No, not at all. It's a fart in the wind. That's all it is. It's a very long fart in the wind. It's a very wet fart in the wind, but it's a fart in the wind. But it's something we do need to get out ahead of once in a while. But I mean, once I'm done talking about it, and we're moving on to our next thing, and happy to do it.
Absolutely. But the thing of it is, no matter what we do, this is not something that we can, put to bed with logic, because logic is on our side. Proof is on our side. Truth is on our side. Their charges are baseless. Where in God's name is the actual montage of actual evidence of anything Easterphobe on our channels? Nothing. There's nothing out there. And they're too lazy to watch anyway. They're too lazy to actually like pay attention to what we say. So they go ahead and, somebody forwards them like some little out of context thing or something, but it's very slight. There's nothing really there. The problem is they're going to lie about us no matter what, because they are born liars and they have nothing on their side. They have intellectually bankrupt, morally deficient. They have no basis whatsoever. And so they make up lies and they make up labels. And it's a standard tactic that has been used by totalitarians and authoritarians and regimes since the invention of propaganda. So no matter what we do, it's a sucker battle to go ahead and rise to their bait all the time. Now, every once in a while, like you said, we need to go ahead and call it out. And, this one got a lot of attention for some reason that defies explanation to me. I mean, I just ignore this shit because they're just full of crap. If there was anything of substance in there, then I would feel compelled to go ahead and rebut it, address it. But what of substance, Gary, was there in there to actually rebut?
Nothing. There's nothing of substance. They didn't make a single point. It was just blabbing information. It was just a word soup of information. There was no actual thesis. They put up a graph trying to connect us to Steve Bannon and Richard Spencer. I don't know how that's even possible. I mean, I can put up a graph and relate them to something much worse out there that I call a Fredo, but I don't. But anybody could do something like that. This is they're agent provocateurs. So what's been happening to our entertainment is political provocateurs and activists have gotten involved in the access media. And remember, they always move the goalposts. So it used to be, why do you care so much? It's just a story about wizards and laser swords, and this is just make-believe characters. And now they're like, it's important to have inclusivity and diversity. Well, I thought this wasn't important. If it didn't matter, why does it matter? And that was my argument for Doctor Who. If it didn't matter, then why did the Doctor need to change? If it doesn't matter, I mean, then we keep them the same if it doesn't matter. But it matters to them to change the thing for their political belief that they never gave a shit about before. Because frankly, genre is the top of entertainment right now. So when things are at the top, it attracts a lot of interlopers and posers. And there has to be a certain amount of gatekeeping involved. You don't necessarily want to keep people out. If you want to come in and genuinely enjoy this stuff, then come in with curiosity. Because ask anybody in this chat, they would be happy to share what their top 10 favorite movies are, or their favorite comic books, or their favorite albums, or whatever. People love sharing that stuff and turning people on to stuff that they found that they think is good. It's never come from a good place. Star Trek and Doctor Who are particularly mean-spirited shows now. And so is Disney Star Wars, and so is Marvel Comics, and the MCU is definitely turning in that direction too. It's in that direction. It's not turning. It's there. It's arrived.
That's very true. Except the Mandalorian. I don't think there's anything mean-spirited about the Mandalorian.
No, but now it's like, I mean, what are we going to get?
Well, now that's the issue. But as far as these last two seasons, what Favreau did, there was nothing hateful or anti-fan in that I can detect.
No, there wasn't. But I mean, it wasn't the greatest thing ever. I think a lot of people were soft on it because I think they thought that Disney was turning things around, and they're like, "Hey, let's encourage them." And there's nothing wrong with that. That comes from a very good place.
Yeah.
That's not the case now. I mean, it's Pablo Hidalgo. It's Kathleen Kennedy. Now. They are the fucking winners in this. Pablo Hidalgo followed this Twitter account. Pablo Hidalgo has a lot of hate in his heart. I don't know. You'd think be working for Lucasfilm. He really gets off on being the troll that he is. And it's because Lucasfilm is filled with a bunch of people who just they love Star Wars on their resume. That's about it. Like a host of a Star Wars show drinking out of a cup that says male tears. Think about that. You're the host of a show, so you are the face of that franchise who is trying to usher in new fans, and you drink out of a male tears cup because you're trying to be edgy, trying to be funny. I don't know how that ingratiates you to fans. Because you're still going to have to deal with male fans. Are male fans supposed to just shut up and get in the corner? Good luck with that.
Yeah, right. Oh, we're supposed to. We're supposed to be ashamed, Gary. We're supposed to be ashamed into silence. Don't you know that? I don't feel ashamed. Do you?
I'm not feeling it. No,
I'm not feeling it.
I know that's what we're supposed to be, though.
Yeah, but screw them. They're going to lie about us, man. They're going to lie about us no matter what. And we just have to just roll right on there because, the vast majority of the public isn't even aware of this shit going on. Nope. And I mean, Jesus, I don't know how far it's going to go before the public's going to wake up and say, hey, you know what? I'm really sick and tired of this shit. How long before they start to realize that they're being gaslit on every single project and every single hero now is a woman and, their white males are pretty much extinct in Hollywood in terms of getting on the screen. I mean, how long before they really, Joe Average starts to really realize what's going on and what's being lost?
I mean, when we get back to movies flopping, I mean, that was the ultimate arbiter of Hollywood was that opening weekend of a film. And they got a break from that for a year. Well, Southern California theaters open in 16 hours. About 16 hours, 17 hours, they open up. So it's on again. And anytime they release a film, don't go in droves. If you really want to see it, go see it. Don't see it opening weekend and just wait, or don't go at all. Like Black Widow. Why do you need to see Black Widow? It's a dead character. It's a dead character. It's going to introduce someone new Black Widow that they don't have to pay as much. Who, I mean, just in the trailers does not measure up to the original Black Widow. And you get ready for the MCU replacement, all new, all different Marvel. It's already started. It's happening right now. And that's how you get to them. When the next Star Wars movie comes out, I mean, I'm not going. I'm not going to go see a Rogue Squadron directed by Patty Jenkins, who had Wonder Woman drape a guy and didn't even realize that's what she was doing because the morals are just completely broken in Hollywood right now. Yeah, just don't go. And they need these movies to make money. They're not going to be able to live off of streaming forever. And that's when you'll know. I think the Gina Carano firing did. I wouldn't go so far as to say they'd hurt Disney, but it bothered them immensely to the point where they brought it up in their investor call, or it got brought up in their investor call, and they let it through, and they responded to it now poorly and I think underhandedly, but they did respond to it, which tells me that they are not happy with this, and they thought that it would go away, and the narrative isn't going their way. They thought they could just crush Gina Carano and be done with it. And unfortunately, of course, they're going to have the Disney sycophants out there, but the rest of the people, even the ones who were on their side, were like, man, that was not done in good taste. And
no, it's not, man.
No.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think that it's too early to assess how much damage Gina Carano's firing has cost Disney. I think that's not going to be evident until we go to season 3 of The Mandalorian and see what the impact is there, what the impact is on Star Wars in general, because Star Wars has been, moribund right now. I mean, other than Geode,
yeah.
Other than the High Republic, which is bombing like Dresden, there's nothing out there, man.
No. And they're going to be flooding the market with all of these sideshows. And I'm not interested in a single one. I could care less. From here on out, I could care less. They would have to hire Gina Carano back and freaking resurrect Carrie Fisher. I don't know what they could do to get me back. I'm not going to review these shows. The most entertaining they have been has been outside of their actual content. Disney fucking up every week has been entertaining as hell, and I will cover it. But when it comes to Boba Fett coming out, I'll review just about anything other than that. I'm just not, I don't care. And think about this logically. You have your biggest series, your most successful Star Wars thing, I would say, since The Force Awakens, as far as money and fan sentiment. Like that, it was a vast majority of people were pretty happy at the end of that, and they were willing to give it a chance, including people from the Fandom Menace, and they fucked that up again. And the Mandalorian's taken a 2-year break. Why would you do that? Why would you take your most successful thing and then go, okay, 2-year break?
Hoping that people will forget about Gina Carano by then. Are they going to try to recast it, which would be absolutely suicidal? Oh my God, if we have another Cara Dune on there that's not her, can you imagine what the fans are going to do? Holy shit.
I mean, like, people are going to go back. People are going to go back. They're going to watch Star Wars if they're hardcore Star Wars fans. Do they get the normies back? That's the question. I mean, they're still making money off of Star Wars. It's still a revenue stream for them. I don't know how Disney's making money right now. That's a corporate shell game that I don't entirely understand. But as far as like them changing their ways, I just don't see it. I found an article late night before last on George Lucas and kind of what he's been up to lately, and why he doesn't give a fuck, why he hasn't stepped in to help his friend Alan Dean Foster. He was paid $4 billion for Star Wars, half in cash, half in Disney stock. At the time, the Disney stock was $50 a stock. Right now, I don't know if it's in total or if it was just off his $2 billion in stock. George Lucas is $7 billion richer. So he's got $7 billion reasons not to do shit. He's made $7 billion since the sale of Disney Star Wars. So he's retired. I mean, like, that's more money than he'll ever spend. I think he's proposed something where he's going to give away half his wealth to charity, which is great. I just, I get worried, like, is it going to be to charity or political causes? And, I mean, I hate regulation, but like, I think there should be some sort of regulation to how much billionaires can support a political cause, because that could, rock small countries. And he, I believe, is the biggest stockholder or second biggest stockholder or maybe he's the biggest now at Disney outside of Steve Jobs' wife. I don't know. Wow. She sold some of hers off too, but yeah, the two people who have, and believe me, it's a minuscule amount. You think about how much money that is. We're talking $7 billion. It's like 4% of Disney's, so it's a big fucking company. It's a massive company that doesn't have parks open right now. That's lost major revenue streams, laid off 32,000 employees, still give their CEOs bonus, still rip off writers, still shrink fit in posters, still thank the CCP. These are the kind of things we need to keep reminding them of all the time. Do the same thing cancel culture does. Spam the fuck out of them everywhere they go, everywhere they try to put up some cringe post. Just don't be rude. Don't throw F-bombs. Don't, just tell them what they have done. Remind them what they have actually done. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that will drive them crazy. And if there's enough of us doing it all the time, they can't, why do you think that this thing is well timed, in my opinion? Now, I'm not going to go as far as say it's that Lucasfilm made this, but when I say Lucasfilm sponsored cancel culture, that's what they did when they fired Gina and then lied about her. They made it okay. They put a corporate stamp on cancel culture. Like, this is something we'll support. Next is Coke. Mm-hmm. Next is whatever, Budget Motel. I don't know. But like, it's
well, I mean, their Twitter presence, where they're trying to exert all this stuff. I mean, it's all perception. It's all perception, and the perception is way skewed in terms of how significant these people are. I'll tell you what real significance is the pounding that Gillette took when they did that cringe ad about no bro, toxic masculinity and everything, attacking their own customers. We hurt the shit out of them. Cost them over $1 billion. They are chastened as fuck. And that is the power of just shutting your wallet, folks. Shutting your wallet. Starve the beast. Do not give them the money that they require to keep slandering us. Without respect, we reject, damn it.
Yep.
That's the way to go.
A great example of a corporation that continually like just treats its fans like crap, and the fans keep going back, is the NFL. NFL, like, ticket prices are too high. They moved teams out of cities. And then they got political, and this is beyond just bending a knee during the national anthem. It was disrespecting a lot of the fans, and not really understanding your fan base. And the NFL has taken a hit. Now, is it massive? We don't know. But it's not what it once was. And the one thing I can say that's a fact at this point is Hollywood is in decline. Hollywood was in decline before this happened, and they have hastened their decline. Their best days are behind them. They don't make, look at the entertainment right now. You cannot tell me entertainment as a whole measures up to even 10 years ago, to even 7 years ago. Entertainment was better. There was better TV shows. There was better films. And now, if it wasn't for the Marvel movies, theaters would have tanked a long time ago. And so now that everything's propped up with a huge bailout by us, and we'll see, now that they pissed off a good portion of America, it's going to take time, but yes, you got to vote with your wallet. There's other things to do. There's a lot more competition. And I've said this before, what YouTube, everything's content now. Well, no streaming service that's Netflix or Disney could really truly compete against YouTube if YouTube wasn't so damn dumb. But they've got a bunch of us creating stuff for free constantly, and there's just more stuff out there to choose from. So you're going to have to make something that appeals to the most people possible. And that's why maybe Superman and Lois exist. It's still a curiosity to me, like why.
It's a freakish throwback to when television was entertaining. It's the damnedest thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
I actually enjoy watching it. Like now, obviously the high school drama stuff with the kids is, okay, well, that's CW. But I think that Superman's actual super heroics pretty damn good, man. They really are. It's a good show.
They're really old school. So, yeah. We took a giant step back last year. Everything was on pause. So we will find out very, very soon the impact of all this. But as far as Disney is concerned and Hollywood overall, in decline. They can't compete with video games. Like, not even close. So I will be very interested. Like, what does Star Wars have on the docket? They put all this, their plan is changing all the time. And like we said at the time, those 10 shows they announced, we'll see if they all get produced and when they get produced. More importantly, a lot of that stuff, they kicked that, down the road 3 or 4 years. But as far as films are concerned, we have 2 possible films. One directed by Taika Waititi, one directed by, Patty Jenkins, and they don't sound interesting in the least. Rogue Squadron, that plays well to Star Wars fans, but I'm guessing it's going to be a plucky, diverse band of X-Wing pilots fighting, I don't know, toxic white males somewhere in the Outer Rim.
It'll be the planet of the white males. It'll deserve to go down in flames, of course. This is just ridiculous. What shall we go ahead and sentence these ridiculous articles and SJW wankers to? Gary, what do you think?
The Iron Maiden of obscurity, like where they get tortured, but then they get forgotten.
Just locked in the Iron Maiden and shut, and and force them to watch Star Trek Discovery like 24/7.
Yeah,
until they see the error of their ways. And the only way they can put themselves out of the misery is, basically to confess that it sucks. These people are beneath notice. Honestly, they're beneath discussion. They have no intellectual heft to their arguments, and they're not saying anything. So how do you rebut something so empty, other than just to keep mocking them, keep posting the truth? Do not back down, folks. But mockery, humor, these are our very best weapons against these humorless pod people. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, other than keeping your wallets closed on woke projects, which is easy because who the hell wants to see them? Mockery. That's the order of the day.
Yeah. You skip a few of these movies and you can all of a sudden afford that old comic that you couldn't afford before,
Mm-hmm.
Skip a few things.
Well said.
Save up for, I don't know, a Fantastic Four #1 or,
Wow. That would be a lot. It's a big savings.
Or you can get like a full set of Kingdom Come or something, first print.
There you go. But God, yeah. Jeez. How much would a Fantastic, probably depends on the condition, obviously.
Low grade right now is $20,000.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. That's incredible. Let's look at some of these super chats before we move on to I guess what should we talk about next? Batman Easy to Die?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll talk about
Let's look at some of these super chats real quick here. Phoenix Tangent, thank you for the $5 super sticker of Bushiba applauding and saying bravo. Bravo to you, Phoenix Tangent. Thank you, sir. Keeper of Trocken with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Keeper. Says, hail DC. For your new show, maybe Harvey can reprise his clickbait reviews. Already thinking along those lines, Keeper of Trocken. Always thinking along those lines. Harvey is definitely going to do some reviews, and so am I. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Nikki D with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nikki D. Says, rumor has it that the supposed villains of the A-Force movie will be evil aliens that only possess men. Captain Marvel will be the leader of the Her-Os. The Her-Zeros, are you saying, Nikki D? I have not heard this rumor that the villains of A-Force will be evil aliens that only possess men. What is it, like that Amazon fish that enters the body through the urethra of peeing males in the Amazon? So basically these evil aliens will go up the old urethra and possess the men. Is that how it works? Have you heard this rumor, Gary? Is this something somebody made up?
Somebody in jest was, but hey, I wouldn't put it that. I want this so bad. If they made that would I will be good all year if they make something.
I would laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. Holy shit. I love it.
I want this as much as I want a Star Trek Discovery movie in the theaters. I want them to make it and put it in the theaters, and I want to see it bomb. So it would just bomb. Apparently, I just saw on Twitter, Paramount Plus has already been discounted.
Yes, 99 cents for a month, Gary. 99 cents for a month, and it's still overpriced. I think they need to pay you. Check us out. We'll send you a check for $1. Maybe it's okay. Maybe for a month. If you pay me $1, maybe. I don't know. Sam Whiskey, Shark Bites art and stuff with a $5 super chat didn't say anything, where it's written in invisible elvish rooms, but thank you very much, Shark Bites art and stuff. Sam Whiskey with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says, hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. On tonight's episode of The Simpsons, Gary, they were making fun of the Fandom Menace, and Jar Jar Abrams was the guest star.
No.
So I guess The Simpsons is gone. I guess The Simpsons.
We made The Simpsons, though. Epic. I thought we were a small little group of insignificant, trolls or bot, even worse.
I know, but apparently Jar Jar is obsessed with us. God knows Jar Jar mentioned the Fandom Menace in an article close to the release of Ruse of Soywoker, if you recall. So Jar Jar is just obsessed. He wakes up in the morning and he throws darts at a board with our, pictures on it and stuff. Jar Jar is bothered, I think, by the Fandom Menace, which means I know, but apparently we are still kicking. Apparently we have made national news. Now we've made it onto The Simpsons. Geez, how about that? Of course, now The Simpsons mocking us. Well, they haven't been relevant for a long time, but oh well. What are you gonna say? Oh my goodness gracious! And we have a very sad sad note here from our dear friend Casey Asowski, who is a dear friend of both of our channels, Gary. And with a $10 super chat, Casey is saying, "Hail all! Sad news from Carbondale Outpost. My father died today of COPD. If you would please pray for him, thanks." I'm so sorry, Casey. I'm so sorry, man. That's awful. He lost his dad today, Gary.
Sorry, buddy. Yep. It's just something you don't get over, you know. Losing your pops. I lost my pops 2 decades ago. I still think about it every day. But
yeah.
Sorry, buddy. And we're all thinking about you. You've got a great group of people here. You're surrounded by friends. So be well.
Absolutely, Casey. We love you, man. Hang in there. I'm sure I will drop you a line later after the show, but very, very sorry, Casey. We love you, and absolutely we'll pray for your dad. And folks are already putting a little CO in the chat here for Casey Asowski. I think that is a very fitting thing to do. Thank you, Casey, and God bless you, brother. I'm so sorry to hear that. Now I'm hearing a lot. Well, first of all, Jack Beers with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, what the hell does what happened at a furry convention have to do with criticism of The Last Jedi? None. That article was dumb. I'm putting out a rebuttal tomorrow. Excellent, Jack Beers. Excellent. Well done, sir.
In that one particular post, they tried to conflate. There was a lot of conflation going on. So they tried to compare us. They said that talk like ours led to the Yahtzee bombing of a furry convention. Okay, so I know that, and I looked into it. I'm like, all right. So there was a furry convention in the 2016, and supposedly Yahtzees bombed it with chlorine. Well, it turns out that it was those we're seeing Yahtzees in the weeds kind of thing. They thought there was a rumor that there was a Yahtzee sect of furries, which nobody confirmed exists. And when I went to see if there was an actual, bomb and somebody planted it and there were victims and then somebody went to jail and everything, no, it turned out it was a chlorine leak.
Right.
It was just a leak. That's it.
They're full of shit. Plus, look, I wasn't even on YouTube in 2016. And I mean, you were on, but you had an incredibly small subscriber base back then, I think. And the Fandom Menace didn't even exist in 2016. So good research there, dipshits.
Yep.
God, that's so fucking stupid.
Oh
my God. Jack Beers, God bless you, sir. You're doing the Lord's work there. Thank you for writing that rebuttal. I'll look forward to seeing that. And Jerry Gord with a $5 super chat is pointing out something that a lot of people have been pointing out in the chat here. And it's apparently breaking news that Disney just erased an episode of Running Wild with Bear Grylls that featured Gina Carano.
They just took it off, huh?
They've either canceled it. I mean, I don't know the details. That would be a good question for folks in the chat. I mean, did they cancel it? Did they remove it? Was it pending or was it shot? What's the deal with that?
Yeah, I never heard of the show. So,
it's like one of these survivalists in the wild things, and he goes around like he's a kind of a modern day Yule Gibbons going around and eating bark off trees and shit, I think. Okay. And he asks, will KK stop at nothing?
No, they canceled her Funko Pop too. So
I've got 2 of them though, so I'm good with, I've got stocked up on that. But that, why are they doing that? Why in God's name were they canceling Gina Carano toys and stuff? Why are they doing that, Gary?
Well, no, they're trying to erase her. They are trying to, I mean, like
just erase her from history, like the Ministry of Information in 1984.
It's not like they couldn't still make money off the character. They probably would, but yeah, they are trying to erase her. This is the Ministry of Information trying to erase somebody. Absolutely.
Well, good luck with that, because she's already signed up with Ben Shapiro and is going to be making a movie that she wants to make, and it's going to be brilliant.
Yeah. It's, I mean, like they can't undo it. And she is a major part of the 2 successful seasons of Mandalorian. You can't edit her out of that. So I don't know what this is petty vindictiveness. This is Kathleen Kennedy's personality. She's a vain narcissist with no creative talent. I mean, she's had there's little signs here and there, but she's starting to look like Michael Jackson a little bit with her vanity. She's had an immense amount of work done. Sorry, but we noticed that on my member stream. I didn't even realize it until you look at old pictures. You're like, oh, Jesus, she doesn't look anything like she used to. And there are, it's just a personality disorder. And that's how, that's kind of what it takes to rise up in Hollywood. You got to be a massive narcissist, willing to plunge a knife in the back of anybody, even your best friend. And that's what she does. And maybe she's a little bitter that she has been under but she's been in the shadows of mainly Spielberg for her entire life. And she was basically just an up-jumped secretary who wasn't even good at her job. And now that she became the most powerful female executive in Hollywood, she has done nothing more than show her incompetence every single week. And she really doesn't like people pointing it out. She obviously does not like people pointing out her incompetence. None of us wrote any of these shitty Star Wars movies. We didn't make any of your dumb plans or no plans at all. And we didn't fire Gina Carano. And, there's a lot of people supporting something that was good that you had very little to do with. And obviously that bothered her. She's petty. You think somebody with that much money, with that much prestige would be happy.
But yeah, you'd think wrong. She's got that Hollywood narcissism shit where, anybody that ever says anything crossways to her or that doesn't agree with her narrative is targeted for termination. That's the Hollywood way. And it's been that way for a while, and it's the way right now. Dixon Sider with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Sider. Says, when your enemies attack you for speaking the truth, it only further proves your point. The pendulum is swinging back, and it's going to strike like a 40-ton sledgehammer. Hail the Inquisition. Hail Dixon Sider. I hope you are correct, sir. That would give me a lot of comfort thinking about that. Sam Whiskey with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says, I remember when Doctor Who was fun. Star Wars was inspirational, and Star Trek took us to a place no man has gone before. What happened to our franchises? A bunch of leeches, a bunch of cultural vandals got the upper hand, thanks largely to Harvey Weinstein, I think, and terrorized Hollywood. And they view all of these aforementioned franchises as platforms for propaganda. And that's what happened. And how are we going to end it? By starving the beast. By when they shovel that shit at us, we go ahead, we close our wallets, we don't give them money, we don't give them any support, the time of day. Eventually, they will be driven to their knees. And that's one thing that this terrible contagion has done, is accelerated that timeline by 7, 8, 10 years. They are teetering. And they are scared, and we need to keep them that way until they start giving us quality entertainment for our entertainment dollar. Otherwise, deny them the dollar. It will hurt them. Believe me, it will hurt them. Thank you, Sam Whiskey, for that. And Kit Kat, thank you for the Rose super sticker. It is very sweet of you. I appreciate it very much. Hail Kit Kat. Found Hope with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Found Hope. Says it's Inquisition time. The only time that matters. Well, me and Gary are not going to disagree with that. We're not going to disagree with that. Thank you, Found Hope. Marco C with a £2 super chat. Thank you, Marco. Says, hail Gary. Hail Doomcock. Marco C in the house. And the house is much better for it, Marco C. Thank you, sir, very much for that. And Melissa Lord with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sweet Melissa, who says, hail, my liege. Hail, Gary. Here's some wampum for you and Gary. FLA is waiting for you, Gary. I want to hear y'all's take on Superman and Lois and dying is easy. Well, geez, talk about an expert segue. Yeah. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Batman dying is easy, Gary.
Let's do it.
I loved it. Now I think that the writing, a little bit weak. I mean, it's like kind of a rehash of a lot of things we've seen in Batman before, but seldom have we seen Batman realized so beautifully as it was in this short fan film, which featured a number of celebrity cameos. We had Michael Madsen, who was Mr. Orange in Reservoir Dogs, and also Bud in Kill Bill. We had Doug Jones, who I personally, Saru and all that. I can't stand the guy, but a lot of people love him and say he's a nice guy. Fine, but I don't know him, but he was fine in that. He was, I believe, the Riddler.
Yeah.
And then we had a guy playing Joker that I did not recognize. But overall, I thought that this thing was beautifully shot. It looked money. And they got Batman's outfit right, got his attitude right. He was a no-nonsense Batman. Loved the action sequence and the opening of it. When he kicks in a door, takes out a whole bunch of miscreants who are shooting at him and everything, rescues a little girl. All in all, man, I thought it was first rate. I wish the writing was a little bit better, a little bit fresher, but God, there was a lot of good stuff in there, Gary. And it's funny, fan films have the thing that is so often lacking in Hollywood, which is love. Love is in that fan film, and love makes them want to do the very, very best they can. They want to, they shower their love into the production. They pay attention to every detail. They want Batman to look right. Every shot that Batman is in is carefully lighted and composed. The cowl itself, the angry expression kind of molded into it. Really, really did credit to the character. Action was good. Batmobile was good. The CG, sometimes you could kind of spot it. It looked a little bit like a video game, but in general, shit. I'd give it 4 out of 5 stars. I thought it was very well done. Gary, what did you think?
I loved it. I loved it. I've watched it a couple times in 4K. I love what they did with the Mad Hatter in the beginning.
Yeah.
Had him trafficking that girl and the whole story behind it. And yeah, I judge fan films a lot differently than I judge a professional film. But for heart and soul and passion, it was a beautiful thing to see. That was Batman. That is absolutely, they nailed Batman, and they continue to nail Batman because loving the character matters. It does. The only nitpick I had wasn't a bad one, was Michael Madsen. Like I said, you could tell he was loaded. Sorry, Michael Madsen, but I can just tell. I can just effing tell. There's mannerisms that go along with it. How you talk and stuff. Because I used to talk like that. That was me.
Yeah, his eyes were wide, a little bit wide, and kind of unfocused. You might say that in this one, Michael Madsen was playing Mr. Orange Whip.
Yeah. Yes. And he is
Orange Whip.
He's famously had problems, and I hope he really gets them dealt with, because he's a very talented actor, and I fucking loved him in Reservoir Dogs. And I think he's just a great actor.
Great.
And he did a good job. I I've watched it, like I said, a couple times in 4K. Highly recommend it. The shots in this were just beautiful of Batman. The one where he's silhouetted standing over the Mad Hatter was just one of the best Batman shots I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
And I just sure hope that Sparkle Boy Batman could measure up, and I hope it I hope it does. But like you look,
he's not. It's not. There's no way, dude.
Well, it was Batman. No, that was a man in a costume. That was a fucking full-grown man kicking some ass. And I mean, like, and I love the Batmobile. I loved its look.
Yeah.
And the whole story between him and the Joker. Yeah, it played out a little like Killing Joke and stuff, but it was cool. It was cool. And I love how he, he's like, he tricked the Joker.
Yeah.
And then made a little joke at the end. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was the perfect length. They didn't make a penny off this film. If they do another one like it, if I knew about it, I would have absolutely supported it. I would love supporting things like this. Now, of course, my philosophy, if I was ever going to do a fan film, it would be 100% original, something original. I know you get more attention and stuff, but I mean, like if like this, whoever was involved in this should be getting hired right now. Like right now, they should like in some as a consultant, something, because they have the chops to make a Batman TV series, something. Because that's what. Sorry, go on.
No, you're right, man. They need the love. They need the love. There should be a fan, a true fan, or a board of fans that are attached to all of these Hollywood movies to make sure that the love is present.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's what a Batman TV series should look like. I think that's exactly how you do it.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, they wasted a whole, like, how long did Gotham go on without any Batman? They spent a lot of money on this shit. Where is it? We need the Batman.
We got Gotham, we have Pennyworth, we have Batwoman, we have all these damn shows without Batman. Remember, Smallville was supposed to be Gotham before. That's it started, and they changed it to Superman last minute. It was supposed to be a young Bruce Wayne. And who knows, they'll probably do that. No, I just want a full-fledged Batman. Now, I wouldn't want him that far ahead. I want a Robin. I want Nightwing. I want the Bat family. I want Batgirl. You can leave out Batwoman. That dude, when he's walking through Arkham and he sees Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, and I think Poison Ivy, I don't know if she was a cosplayer or not. She looked fucking great. Yeah. Harley Quinn looked great, and she acted it perfect. It was so good. Doug Jones would be a great Riddler. I think he'd be a great Riddler. And Killer Croc. You saw everything in there. Hugo Strange. It was cool as hell. And I would love to see more of that. That I would throw my money at that stuff.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us fans would. And they it's not that Hollywood can't make stuff like this. They won't.
Of course they could, but they won't. And that is the great crime, is like, why? Because it's a pillar of our civilization. It's a pillar of our culture. And that's the very culture they're trying to destroy. So they will never do a unadulterated Batman that isn't filtered through the, woke snowflake lens there. I'm surprised as hell that Superman and Lois exists, frankly.
Yeah, it's an anomaly. It's really strange the way it exists. And like, I think everybody, rightly so, is saying it's a trap. And you're probably right. It takes a break after episode 5 because of the Coof. There was a case, and I guess they're taking a little bit of a hiatus, which is bad for the show. It was like getting some momentum. Yeah. And now they're going to replace it with Supergirl, and it's just going to kill it, dude. But it's already got a season.
Yeah.
And I fully support the show, and I will make a video on it. Probably after the 5th episode, I'll probably just do a first half season review. And just because I want to. I don't really give a shit what it does in the algorithm. This is what I've been looking for. So this will be like, hey, this is what I like. And look, you have a perfectly good Superman. You have a nuclear family. and it seems like they're taking the story somewhere where a lot of people haven't seen it go before, and it's Superman. It's in the spirit of Superman. And Tyler Hoechlin, I think you say his last name. He's a good Superman. I mean, he's no Henry Cavill. Poor Henry just hasn't had a good script. And look, like this could come out, and then the Snyder cut could be good. I don't know if it's good or not. Depends on your point of view, really. But it's going to be much better than anything Jar Jar Abrams produces. So,
oh my God, yes. Oh yeah, honestly, I feel like Superman and Lois is better than Superman Returns, like vastly better.
Oh God, yeah.
I couldn't stand Superman Returns. God, that was a painful thing to see. So bad
on his wife, and
yeah,
and then Brandon Routh, who could have been a decent Superman, had 9 words of dialogue in the entire movie?
He just stood there looking like a hollowed out version of Christopher Reeves, without the warmth and the kind of sparkle. It's just kind of sad.
The only thing that movie is good for is a Jor-El 1/6 scale Hot Toys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they made a Jor-El. They made a Marlon Brando Jor-El 1/6 scale Hot Toys. That's thank God they finally made that. So, but that's the only good thing that came out of it. But Superman Lois, I'm down. Make action figures. I'm totally down. I'll support absolutely anything. If they put it on Blu-ray, I would buy it. That's what I want. That's where we were at in the beginning of WandaVision, right? In the beginning of WandaVision, I was intrigued, right? And it made me want look back, maybe crack open my Avengers comics. It made me go back and actually watch that fucking terrible Age of Ultron. I liked it at the time, but man, I hadn't watched it in a long time. I watched it again. I'm like, oh my God. I like the Hulkbuster stuff, but it's just not a very good movie. But that's what you want these TV shows doing. It got me interested. It reminded me what it was like to be a fan of something. I'm like, oh, I like this stuff. I'm going to get interested. And then of course it turned the corner and turned into the MCU, and more on that later. But, and hopefully Superman doesn't do that, but that's why we're here. And that's why we continually call this stuff out is, it's been bad for a while now. I mean, it's been bad for at least 2 or 3 years. But I have decades prior to that of shit I just loved constantly, and, you can't count last year really. I mean, what was the only thing that came out was The Mandalorian. Birds of Prey was the last movie I saw in the theaters, which was very sad. But no, you see Dying Is Easy, and then Superman and Lois, it's like, God, they're still good out there. And of course, one of them came from the fans, of course, and Snyder Cut came from the fans.
Right. But boy, I tell you, Superman and Lois, if it's a trap, it's a good one, because so far I'm not detecting anything objectionable. I think it's a really, really good television representation of Superman, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I really am.
The costume scene, where he's wearing the Max Fleischer costume. His first
I love that. Oh God, I love that. That was so great. Along the lines of what we were talking about, Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Hail Crazy Pineapple says, my Legion Gary, everyone slandered by rewriting Ripley Pod from the scene in Braveheart should raise their kilts in defiance. Contemptible shills for the boot-licking A-kissers of the CCP. Hail Crazy Pineapple. I love it. We should start wearing kilts just so we can do that to them.
Yeah.
Take that.
A battle kilt.
Enjoy that toxic masculinity, you pieces of shit. Absolutely, man. And Sam Whiskey here with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says Batwoman and Twilight Bats will not measure up to Batman Dying Is Easy. Oh, hell no. I mean, it's supposed to be, as you said, Gary, Batman, not Bat Twee or Bat Pencil Neck. So, those those shows have those strikes against them already, my friend, already. And 247 Shades with a $5 super chat. Thank you. 247 Shades says, no better way to celebrate my 52nd birthday than listening to the Inquisition with Nerdrotic. 1969, the best year to have been born.
Born in the 60s.
There you go. Congratulations. 247 Shades and happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And Xenomorphic with a $5 super chat simply says, hello, fellow radicals. God, in a time of lies, telling the truth is an act of radicalism. And that is why I guess we're radicals, we're telling the truth and we're not being intimidated into silence. Leper, outcast, unclean, as they used to say in the the Lord Bane books. You ever read that, the Thomas Covenant series?
No, I have not.
It was good. It was really good.
I heard good things.
Kind of similar to Lord of the Rings to some extent, epic kind of fantasy. Certain parallels, but very, very, very well done. Bellow Triggerfish with a $10 super chat says, if only they were interested in social justice, but indeed they only care for clout. Yeah, they're all about power and crushing people. They're not really interested in making any progress. Otherwise, where the hell were they when The Expanse was doing so much for depicting a future that's colorblind and sex blind? I mean, they don't give a shit about that. They want to condemn things. They never want to actually applaud things. They're so full of shit. Eric Wunberg with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Eric says radical Ryan Cannell has a better arc than Batwoman. I wouldn't know about that. I don't know what that arc is, but thank you, Eric Winberg, for that. And Matthew Anderson is asking us, what is the best physical Looney Tunes collection you can recommend to fans who want to preserve them from Warner Brothers? There was a Looney Tunes Golden collection.
Yep.
That was real. Have you got that? I'm sure you must have that.
Yeah, it came out on DVD a while ago. And that had pretty much everything, right? I think they left out some of the World War II stuff.
They didn't have everything, but they covered the bases really, really well. I mean, it was like 6 volumes, I think.
Yep.
God, over 400 cartoons or something. Really, really good. I don't know if it's still for sale. You might want to look on Amazon. It's definitely worth getting because those are some of the best short films ever made, ever, period. Live action short, regardless, it's just the best damn thing. And Michigan Man 95 with a $9.99 super chat of perfect inverted evil. Thank you, Michigan Man 95, says, hail Doomcock and chat. I just watched an episode of Batwoman from start to finish for the first time, you poor bastard. And it left me wondering, what the F did I just watch? My God, does this show suck? Well, I think that's a perfect lead-in, Gary, for us to go in and talk about Batwoman. But first, what do we sentence? Batman dying is easy too.
Oh, comfy chair, a phone number. Definitely taking him out again. That was a fucking good. Hell yeah. Great stuff. Great stuff. I agree. I in fact, with nice slippers and some nice relaxing bossa nova music as they drink their tiki drink that we bring them. I think that would be great. Absolutely. They deserve it. They deserve it. And Doom Breed, thank you for the super lemon and lime super sticker. I appreciate that very much, Doom Breed. Let's talk Batwoman. Gary, let's talk Batwoman for a few minutes. So this one, once again, we get into the whole origin of Alice, aka Beth, on Chlorotrimeton Island, whatever it's called, what's it called? I forget. Doesn't matter. The stupid island that Sophia. Yeah. Stupid island of Raisha girl. There you go. It's embarrassing. It's terrible stuff. So she's got this agent of Sophia's tied up and is like saying, so tell me about my memories. And it turns out her memory of falling in love with Ocean got erased by Sophia because they tried to steal the desert rose flower that cures every ailment known to man off of her little island that is only
about a 2-minute swim from shore in a lake, and has a little rock path going to it. It's really funny.
Dude, it's like they filmed this on a resort. Like it looks like a tropical resort hotel in Canada that they filmed this at. And that's where the mysterious island is. And Ocean Man is the love of Alice. And I fucking tuned out so much on this. All I know, there was a bunch of screeching. I'm sorry, ladies. There was a bunch of screeching women in this one. It's like everybody, for one, it really got me to notice that I'm forgetting the actress's name now, the one who plays Batwoman. Her voice is irritating as hell. I'm just like, when she starts whining and stuff, I'm like, oh no. And then when Raisha Girl started yelling, that was terrible too. It felt like fingernails on a chalkboard. I'm like, why? And there's a lot of screaming, but yeah, it's all flashbacks. So we had dual flashbacks. We had flashbacks with Alice and flashbacks with Batwoman, because she succumbed to her whatever the hell, and she needed
kryptonite tentacle wound that somehow has infected her brain now and caused her to have flashbacks or something.
Yeah, flashbacks about Alice, and so we get some backstory on Batwoman and backstory on Alice. Yes, Alice fell in love with Ocean Man, and so Sophia's big punishment was to make them forget their relationship, and then she made Alice, essentially, right? She made Alice. She had a hypnotist come in. It was a hypnotist.
The Amazing Kreskin, ladies and gentlemen.
The Enigma, or whatever the hell it was called.
Yeah.
And made them forget about their relationship and turned Alice into a psychopath and lesbian, maybe, or no, it was Sophia was jealous, right? She was jealous. Yeah. And very
because she had a thing for Beth or Alice. And so then she caught them together, her and Ocean, like after all that training and fighting, and they just got nose to nose, and then they just melted into each other's arms, and it was so CW. It was really, really beautiful. Holy crap.
And bad acting sword woman Safia, the one who, like, when she talks, it's like she's trying to talk without moving her mouth, so she's acting like this the whole time. Safia will torture you. I was like, what the hell? Everything was annoying about this episode. I'm like, how did this corporation make Superman and Lois? Like,
it's a trap. I don't know. They're gonna pull the rug out from under us at some point. But right now it's really the best superhero thing on TV, and then Batwoman is the worst. So, boy.
It really was, and it all led to, I mean, there was a bunch of ridiculousness. Mary gets to drive the Batmobile.
Oh God, that was so painful when the helicopter is got them pinned in the headlights and the cops are coming, and Luke's like, okay, you go ahead and take her, and I'm going to take the Batmobile. And she's like, why do you get to take the Batmobile? Why can't I take the Batmobile? Because you've never driven the Batmobile before. Well, I want to take the Batmobile. It's like, oh, Jesus. That was embarrassing. Oh, God, that was painful.
And I love how they've written in Doug Ray Scott's nervous breakdown / midlife crisis into the show, because he's just like, he's breaking apart. He's drinking now. And that's what he's doing in real life. Yeah. Like, I could have been Wolverine. I should have been Wolverine. God damn it.
He's like, and here I am stuck on this CW show with nothing to do. Oh, God, I hate my life. And it's like, work with that. It's
written. Yeah, right. It's written into his contracts, like, do not ever mention Hugh Jackman around Doug Ray. Okay.
Oh, he should have done it, man. He should have done it, but instead it did him. And
all he's saying is like, I can't lose another daughter like this. That's what he says in every scene. And then the other crow lady, Sophie, is that her name? Her extensions are like a foot longer now for some reason.
Yeah.
how did her hair grow so much?
I don't. I think it's a makeup department, a Hollywood makeup department or
She
something.
got some extensions,
Yeah.
I guess she's, after her breakup, after her girlfriend like disappeared, she, little like retail therapy except with extensions. So she's just there watching Doug Ray Scott like descend into madness and alcoholism. And it was just it was flashbacks and Batwoman being knocked out, and then she got better, and then she went to fight Alice, and then she didn't kill Alice, and that was her big thing.
I'm not gonna kill you.
Then I would be just as bad as you are. Yeah, we know. God, how many times have we seen that scene, man? It was just pathetic. It's like, I come here to kill you for what you done to Ned, and then nah, I'm not going to kill you. And so it ends indecisively, and Alice walks again. And Batwoman's lying there. And why is Batwoman better? I mean, she had this tentacly kryptonite hole in her, and it even got to the point where it got in her brain, and her eyes glowed green briefly, and yet she's fine. Did they give her some BC headache powder? What exactly did they do to get her okay now?
I assume they got the leaf. Like I'm watching it on this thing where I can't stop it or anything.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, I guess they got the leaf to her, or the fucking flower petals, or whatever they were looking for. If not, I assumed that it was going to give her superpowers. Like they were going to give this Batwoman a little extra strength or sensory perception or something. I don't know if they still could do that. I mean, but that would require me caring to think about it much more, which I don't. Again, it feels like reviewing this show feels like, beating up on a special needs kid. Basically, it's like, it's just dumb. It's inept. And if you're watching this just to watch hot women, okay, all right, fine. Like at least the Batwoman actress is always like wearing some midriff shirt, right? And Alice is hot, but
Alice is hot. She's got that crazy hot thing going. She actually, this is weird, but in certain like expressions that she has and everything, she really does remind me a bit of Bargain Basement Uma Thurman, with the blonde hair.
I forgot what movie she was in. She was in a movie we've all seen. Oh no, she was in not movie. She was in Birds of Prey, the Birds of Prey show that lasted like 6 episodes.
Right, which I never saw, so I don't recognize her.
I own it. I saw it, and I can't remember it. The only thing I remember is in the credits they have like a silhouette of the Killing Joke scene where Oracle gets shot. Oh, that was so great, and dying is easy too. He's all, Oracle, did you get that?
Yeah.
Right.
And I really liked it when the snapshots were being, very homage to Alan Moore's comic with Brian Bolland's art. And then at one point in the picture, when she opens her eyes, that was good.
Yep. Oh, that was so good. Yep.
Very good. I mean, very good fan film.
Batwoman is not good. It's not great. It's horrible. It's trash TV at its worst, and even worse that it is the wokest, most, retardedly intersectional thing on television. Again, I'm dumbfounded that the same producer made Superman and Lois. So it goes to show when you try, you can make something good. And essentially this show is just filled with people who've never ever cracked open a comic book before. They have no idea what they're talking about or doing. The whole concept of Batman just quitting is stupid to begin with. And how happy do you think Batman would be if he came back and he's like, wait a minute, this person's not even related to me? And you're just like, and then of course Batwoman takes her mask off to Alice.
Yeah. Oh, and also I love how, she was face to face with her childhood friend. That's the grifter criminal. And the friend didn't even recognize her, and then pushes her off the balcony. And she slams into the car and dents the roof and everything, but she's perfectly fine.
Fine.
That BC headache powder really works, man.
So so Alice now knows like where the Batcave is, everything about it, and she just doesn't do anything.
She's busy. She wants to get Sophia.
Sophia is
Sophia.
Oh my God.
Sophia.
Make it stop.
It's such a bad show. Oh, and she was talking to her mom in her hallucination flashbacks without the plant. So apparently she has realized in her, as she's grown as a character, Gary, now she recognizes that the plant is not her mom.
Well, that's good. Thank God she's, defending the weak and powerlessness of Gotham against injustice.
And yet she gets her ass kicked all over the place, man. At the end of this, she gets her ass kicked.
Yeah, I thought she was like Cobra Kai Batwoman. She knows 6 types of kung fu or something like that, or martial arts.
Well, Kung Fu's 1 through 5 were not entirely successful, Gary. The 6th one.
Kung Fu's 1 through 5.
It's not really entirely.
Kung Fu, that's what you read.
It was she should have a little more Kung, less Fu, I think is her problem.
God, something. I sentenced Batwoman to scaphism, slow, ponderous scaphism.
So we can stop watching it. That would make me happy.
Yeah, I think we could stop watching it. I'm done. I cannot take this show anymore.
All right, we won't delay the Inquisition for it anymore. We'll just
I mean,
if we have to review it, we'll tape it and watch it.
We're gonna get more entertainment now. More movies are gonna come out, and I don't know what shows are coming out anytime soon. Nothing. I will not be. I forget. I don't care about the Bad Batch from Star Wars.
No, not really.
Star Wars. But I'm sure something will pop out eventually. Netflix never tells you when they're going to release a show.
No, I can tell you though. I went actually, and I finally watched The Queen's Gambit on Netflix. You ever seen that?
No.
It's really, really good. I mean, just no reservations about it. Nothing bad to say about it. It was a damn fine TV show, a limited series, about 7 episodes. So like a long movie. The acting superb. The story was brilliant. Had a strong, horrors, a strong female character who nevertheless has flaws. She's a human being. She's damaged. Also drinks too much and pops pills, but also has one of these brilliant chess minds, like can play through entire games in her mind, which is something that that actually is something that these grandmaster chess players can actually do. It was fucking great. I absolutely. I'm going to do a review on it. In fact, it was worthwhile, Gary. Check it out if you want some quality entertainment.
Cool.
It was that.
I will.
It was definitely good.
And we got the Snyder Cut this week. So
yes, what is that on the 18th or
18th? Yeah, there's a charity stream the night before. I think on Uche's channel where they're going to interview Zack Snyder. I think Ryan and Lethal Lightning and Uche are going to interview Zack Snyder, and they're going to raise money for the suicide prevention, AFSP, I think it's called. If I got that wrong, I'm sorry, but you got the mods can correct me on that. And 100% goes towards, because Zack Snyder's daughter killed herself for Autumn.
Right.
And that's it. 100% goes to the charity. And there'll be items to be sold, like signed posters and a Gotham jacket, I believe. So if you're interested in that, please go check it out. It's for a damn good cause, and suicide prevention is something that isn't talked about enough, especially after this year. Damn, it's something we need to support. So, just we've lost so many people. We lost Mark C, dude. Not to suicide, by the way. It was cancer, but that hurt.
A lot.
Yeah,
that hurt a lot.
Yeah, so like if a little help would be good, and then hopefully the Snyder Cut is good, and we can of course talk about it. And yeah, there'll be stuff to come out. Like we don't need to waste our time on Batwoman. Like I think this year's about to get real busy as far as
good. I could use some good entertainment. I'm going back in time actually. I'm also watching a show on Showtime called City on a Hill, which stars Kevin Bacon as a corrupt Boston cop in the 90s. So it's a nice period piece, and yeah, man, it's really good. Kind of reminds me a little bit of The Wire, with Kevin Bacon giving a hell of a performance as this guy.
He's a great actor.
Yeah, it's a one season. I don't know. I guess they didn't do another one, but shit, it's pretty cool. So I mean, there are good things out there. You just have to kind of sift around, and hopefully as time goes on and we get more desperate for good entertainment here on the Inquisition, we'll be guiding you guys towards better suggestions out there.
Yeah, we'll see how this year pans out. I mean, as far as superhero movies go, the only one outside of the Snyder Cut I'm looking forward to is Morbius.
Yeah.
Morbius looks fun. I think Venom 2 might be fun. I mean, they're not going to be Shakespeare or anything.
No.
Eternals will be great for content, but I think it's going to be a giant turd. I think
it's gonna suck.
You got criticism. I got criticism for stating this, but I feel very confident that Black Widow will be woke as hell, will be intersectional as hell, considering the writer of WandaVision is writing this movie. So without a doubt, that's in a month. That's in a month. And yeah, as theaters open up across the country, hopefully the Lord of the Rings in IMAX will be near me. And if you haven't seen it, I would say go see it. That would be awesome. Seeing all three Lord of the Rings films, all the directors, the original, well, not the original cut, not the theatrical cuts, but the extended versions, will be awesome to see. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, man, I've got all of those. I mean, I love them, but seeing it on the big screen would be a great opportunity.
That'd be awesome.
So before I know you're limited on time tonight, and I know we need to get to some of these super chats, and we will, folks. I will get to all of them. Don't worry. But before we do that, Gary, why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about the Lord of the Rings and the news that you found out about that, and then we'll hit some of these super chats before you go.
Let's do it. This will be quick. Lady Greymaster sent it this way. I mean, I would have found it, but she's on top of this stuff. She's a big Lord of the Rings fan like me, and I follow the OneRing.net. Now, the OneRing.net is a site that I have followed for a couple of decades now. I was going to their site constantly when Lord of the Rings was coming out because they had the best information. They knew, they had behind the scenes. They had great information on The Hobbit as well. As you remember or may not remember, Arwen was supposed to fight at the Battle of Helm's Deep. They actually shot some of it, and fans found out and went, "What? No, And today they would have left it in, but back then they went, no, she wasn't supposed to be there, and everybody agreed, and it didn't happen, and that's because of a leak. That happened because of a leak, and Peter Jackson listened to the fans.
Smart.
And, yeah, you cannot argue with the end product. You just can't. And it turns out Evangeline Lilly, and I didn't know this, was against the love triangle in The Hobbit, which gives me a lot more respect for her because I'm against it too. It was dumb. So it turns out that The Lord of the Rings is quite a troubled production. It was announced on November 18th of 2017 or 13th, one of those days. So it's been almost 3.5 years since the announcement. Part of the deal with Amazon, $500 million, was Amazon had to be in production within 2 years or they would have lost the rights and the money. So they're in production, but they can't get shit going. They've shot a pilot. They brought a director in who was supposed to be the EP and overlook the show, and he's gone now. we've had multiple actors leave, we've had multiple producers leave, and now Tom Shippey is gone. Tom Shippey is gone. So, and they lost one of their big actors today. He publicly announced that they're going in a different direction after they saw the pilot. So this pilot that they shot, this 2-part pilot, was a test pilot. So we'll never see it. So it's not. So they have not gone into actual production yet.
Wow.
They spent a whole year shooting, like spending crazy money with water tanks, and I think they showed the part of the destruction of Numenor, or they showed the birth of I don't know. I don't know. It's supposed to be the second age, not the first age. So my guess is they showed the destruction of Numenor, or at least a hint towards it or something in a prologue or something. But yes, it's on Twitter. And if you go to the OneRing.net's Twitter here, I'm going to go down to I'll just read it to you. Okay.
Sure.
See it. Their follow-up tweet. Here, go to the first tweet. This is from the Instagram page of Tom. How do you pronounce his name? I can't pronounce his name. Tom Budge. Tom Budge is an extremely talented actor who had worked with Spielberg over his 20-year acting career, a consummate pro. So it's very public announcement leaving Amazon's Lord of the Rings. Looks like it says this long troubled production is still finding its footing. And then Tom Budge wrote, "Hello, loves, is with great sadness that I am writing to tell you that I have departed Amazon's Lord of the Rings series. After recently seeing the first episodes shot over the last year, Amazon has decided to go in another direction with the character I was portraying. I must thank the creative team for their encouragement towards trying something that I believed was new, exciting, and beautiful. And I sincerely thank the extraordinary cast and crew for their love, support, and friendship over what has been a very difficult and unusual experience."
Well,
it's
like I saw the first few episodes, and good luck with all that.
Yeah. So he called it
stepping away.
A difficult and unusual experience. Well, that could have been because of the coof, right? Or it could have been because of the production. Now, Tolkien scholar Tom Shippey was rumored to be in, and then his people actually emailed us and said, no, he's still there. He was rumored to be out. Then they said he's still there, and now he's not. John Howe, who was a major part of Lord of the Rings, as far as production design and stuff, was no longer needed. Now Cogman left, but I think he was only supposed to be there for a little while. He was from Game of Thrones. But we haven't seen a frame of footage, nothing. We've seen nothing from this. Mm-hmm. And I have to ask the question, why would you spend $500 million on what is essentially, I mean, the Second Age is just pure lore. That's all it is. It's lore. It's history. It's made up history. In a time where lore is seen as nothing more than an obstacle for a modern creative to throw in their personal messages. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can make this today. No, I know you cannot make anything in the close to the spirit of Tolkien today. I don't know why they're making the show. If they make it in the spirit of Tolkien, it will get heavily criticized by people they shouldn't care about, right? Mm-hmm. But they'll listen to. So we're going to get this. I think a lot of the weirdness started when Christopher Tolkien passed, and he was the last gatekeeper and one of the greatest sons who ever lived, guarding his father's legacy, adding to it. I mean, like, you couldn't ask for a better son. Tolkien did a great job raising that guy. And who knows about the other descendants and the other family members. So another actor leaves, and again, the guy who was supposed to be kind of piloting the ship is gone. He directed the first 2 episodes. He directed the last Jurassic Park movie, which wasn't very good. And remember, there's a bunch of bad robot involvement in this, including the showrunners, who we've never heard of. And a lot of the writers, while they're talented, they wrote for shows like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, which are I mean, they're decent shows and everything, but they're very postmodern, very, very nihilistic shows, not Lord of the Rings, which is supposed to be at its heart hopeful. And what's the absolute, I'll use their language, baseline of Wolverine, what the fuck, of Lord of the Rings is Tolkien didn't fill it with, and this is weird because I heard a little clapback from OneRing.net on this, and from the Tolkien Society, but like he's a Catholic. Tolkien was a Catholic, and this is a world with one God. So he doesn't fill it with a bunch of Catholicism at all. Not that I've ever noticed, but there is the underlying theme of turning your back on God and turning your back on, and destroying nature. There's definitely an environmental theme, and there is most definitely a spiritual one God theme, good and evil, essentially, and corruption, and using that corruption, and using divisiveness, to corrupt minds of men and have them turn, so that's at the heart and soul of the Second Age, and that's what Sauron uses. He manipulates, and it's kind of what's going on now. So I don't know
exactly. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Is Sauron is an SJW?
Yeah, exactly, and it would play perfectly, but I doubt that's the way they would see it. I highly doubt it. So I want this show to be the greatest. I would love to review a great Lord of the Rings show. I just think it's impossible not to make it. Remember, it's impossible to find the willingness to make it. It's bad news. Bad news. But
the willingness to make it great, the willingness to hold true to the source material. I mean, this is bad reboot. I mean, that really is what they should call that company, because that's all that these scumbags do is just reboot shit right and left and ruin it, make it worse than it was. Bad Robot has never made anything better that it's touched. Surely we can agree on that.
I absolutely. And if you look, I love some of the, some of the comments are like, why can't you be more positive? And then I see like, oh, who's running this? Kathleen Kennedy.
Well, there's your answer. Jar Jar Abrams is the answer to why can't we be more positive. Jar Jar Abrams.
And then, one guy has to be one of us. I'm just going to go off memory here because I can't find the response now, but he came out and said, look what happened to Star Trek. And then OneRing.net, like, what happened to Star Trek? And he goes down the line and he hits all our points. He's like, Brian Fuller got fired. Alex Kurtzman came in. They didn't respect the lore. They didn't respect the characters. And at the heart of this, why, to that thesis in the beginning, or that bullshit blog, not thesis in the beginning, like, why do we hate The Last Jedi? Because they completely undid Luke. Because they destroyed a character that we loved. That's why we hate it. Not for no other. I don't care who else is in the movie. They didn't make any impact on me whatsoever. What made an impact was Luke Skywalker being a coward and trying to kill his nephew.
I'm just really surprised that you weren't inspired to go out and dye your hair purple by Admiral Gender Studies, Gary. So you really were not moved by any of these other so-called characters?
I wasn't. I know.
If you ever show up with purple hair and a purple beard, I'm gonna freak out. So hopefully that will never happen. That'll be a cry for help. That'll be the ultimate cry for help. Call Gary's sponsor if he shows up in purple hair and purple beard, lecturing us about the patriarchy. Then we'll know if something's gone terribly wrong.
I mean, imagine if they do again, I enjoyed parts of The Witcher, but imagine if they did to Lord of the Rings what they did to The Witcher. There would be hell to pay. Hell to pay.
Well, there may yet be, Gary. There may yet be. I mean, you're right. I knew when the son of J.R.R. Tolkien passed away that things were at risk, because you can't rely on the rest of the family being as conscientious as he was, and I'm just worried that they're going to take that bad reboot money and run with it, and we're going to get something just absolutely horrible.
Yep. or nothing at all, which would be the best of all
possible.
Yeah.
We don't want Jar Jar Abrams anywhere near it. I mean, look, he's going to have, Tashiki Wanky Coates writing the script of Black Superman, right? So, I mean, we know that thing is a lost cause. Even before it's born, that thing is just going to stink to high heaven.
Yep. Just go back and read the books. The books are beautiful. They're absolutely wonderful things to read over and over again. I can't get enough of them. I can't talk them up enough. They're out there. And if you haven't, definitely get The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, and you will have, I can't recommend anything higher.
Amen. Great literature, great stuff. So I'm probably glad this guy's probably lucky he got off the production. And there we go. Shall we read some super chats here, brother?
Sure.
Let's do it. Carrie Malone with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Carrie. Says toxic white male CIS gender checking in. Thanks, guys. Hail, Carrie. Glad to see you. Hail. Welcome, you toxic male, you.
Hail.
Scott Williams with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Says Twitter is an infinite void of suck. Left in December and have never looked back. Amen. Congratulations on your liberation, sir. I bet your life is much, much better now. Kennel's Raging Star Wars Prequel PP with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, hail DVD and Gary. Why are my two favorite boomer YouTubers so anti-daylight savings time? Because it just messes up my life. I already have sleep issues. I do not like having, a shift in the night where I wake up and it's already fucking past noon. That is just awful. What an awful way to start the day. Oh my God, I hate it. Gary, you're the same way, right?
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think it's boomer at all. The hell with that. It's stupid. I don't farm. Why do I need daylight savings time? I mean, I prefer the sun staying out later. I just say keep it like this. Just keep it like this. We don't need to fall back. None of that garbage. Just keep it the same. California had voted to get rid of it, and we didn't. I don't know. It hasn't been enacted yet because I think there's a corporation involved. There's money involved, and I can't remember. I'll have to read up on it again. But there are states that don't do it. I think Arizona and Hawaii Arizona and Hawaii. I know Arizona doesn't.
Well, Texas needs to cut it the fuck out because I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. God, I hate it. Every time that happens, it makes my life just that much suckier. I really, really hate it. Eric Winberg with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Eric. Says Hit Piece has more jump cuts than Equalizer 2021. Did you ever look at that at all, Gary?
Oh, Equalizer? I tried and I went, no.
The first fight that she has is so hilarious because the woman can't lift up her leg above, her knee. So, all the kicks and stuff were complete and total ridiculous jump cuts with no kind of spatial relationships, no master shots. It was just funny, very funny. It was just like in I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. Remember that movie?
Yes.
By the Wayans brothers. Remember where like mom goes crazy on the gangsters and then they cut away and it's a white guy with a mustache and a wig, like being black mom, like lifting up these guys and throwing them. And the stunt man pop in. That was basically as bad as Equalizer. Honestly, it was a terrible joke. But Eric is making the point that this hit piece against the Phantom Menace has just more leaps of illogic than you can shake a stick at, and it sure sounds like it to me. I have no regard whatsoever for those scumbags, or the AI that wrote this thing on their behalf. Admin Grumpy Bear with a very generous $50 super chat. Thank you, Admin Grumpy Bear, very much, sir. Says haters gonna hate. Stupid people will continue to be stupid. Those folks slandering the Fandom Menace have no concept of what a positive community we are. Exhibit A, the support shown last Friday night. They have nothing similar. Well, You have to be more involved in people, in life, in joy than these scumbags who really just live for the cause, live to virtue signal, live to shame other people. It's a really nasty, ugly way to live. And that's what these people are participating in, Gary. Just slandering the Fandom Menace without any idea of the kindness and caring of these people. It's just one of the best communities anyone could ever ask for. And they have no clue. They have no clue of the charitable, kind side of those of us who really, we just want our entertainment to stop sucking. Is that so much to ask, Gary?
Apparently it is, but I don't think it is. I mean,
that's how they feel.
Superman's proof. Superman and Lois is proof that when you try, you can just make a show. Just throw it out there. You don't have to piss half your audience off. And the people who will be pissed off from Superman and Lois should be ignored. And you continue to ignore them, they will go away.
Amen. And that's what I'm trying to do every single time. But I mean, we also need to mock them relentlessly when they're ridiculous, which is, 97.9% of the time. So keep mocking them, folks. Keep mocking them and keep sending them pictures of girls bouncing around in bikinis, because I think that is something they also despise. To a man, they despise that. Super Mastermind with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Super Mastermind. Says these journalists are too proud. Their businesses are doomed. Where will they go? They cannot work fast food. Their contacts are in the same way. I wouldn't mind seeing mainstream journalists working over at Mickey D's. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think that'd be great, Super Mastermind. Can you make it so? You are a super mastermind. If you can find a way to make this happen, I will support you entirely. Thank you, Admin Grumpy Bear, again for that very generous $50 super chat. Thank you, Super Mastermind, and thank you, BunBun299 with a $5 super chat, who says, my brother found Star Trek Picard airing for free on Pluto TV. They must be getting desperate. God, really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Who the hell would even want to watch it?
No, I don't know. Oh, they had the first episode for free on Paramount on YouTube with comment.
Yeah. I wonder how that Paramount Plus thing is working out for them.
Probably not very well, because it's not a new streaming service. It's just CBS All Access with a new label and a few more movies, and Coming to America was awful. And they ended up, which would have bombed in theaters anyway. And God, I can't remember. There's some YouTuber out there saying Paramount Plus was going to be a real game changer. And I'm like, how? With what? Fucking Transformers and SpongeBob, and like, I like SpongeBob, but I ain't gonna. It's
no,
or a bunch of bad Star Trek, and they keep putting because Hollywood is so dumb. So they're putting Sonequa Martin Green on everything. Is it because Star Trek is good or they like it? No, it's because of BLM. So they are putting her on everything thinking, well, they'll get lots of praise. So they're looking for a bunch of free publicity, and they're not getting it because Star Trek Discovery has been on and awful for a long time. And we're past the anger phase with it. We're heading straight into apathy with Star Trek. Strange New Worlds went into production, and it just looks like another bad Kurtzman fucking show. Sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I mean, look, let's use the analogy that Secret Hideout, Kurtzman, and Goldsman are a dog. And everything that comes out of a dog is going to be bad. It's going to be shit. It's coming from the same dog. It's coming from the same place on the dog. And you're hoping that suddenly it's going to be filet mignon. No, it's going to be dog shit. And that's all that dog can make. And we know it. We don't have to go and check it out for ourselves. Stay away from it, folks. Just stay away from it. That's my advice. And Crazy Cat Guy, thank you for the $5 super sticker of Bushiba painting #1 on the card. We really appreciate it. Glad you like the Inquisition, Crazy Cat Guy. Thank you. Cisco Kid with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Cisco Kid says no more compromise. Hail the Fandom Menace. Hail Cisco Kid. And thank you, sir. We are not compromising, and we appreciate your support, brother. Squire Waldo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Squire. Says, hail, super dudes. Thanks for standing up to the bastards in such an entertaining way. We can't help it. We can't help it, Gary. We're just entertaining guys, aren't we? Everything we do is entertaining. What can we do?
Yeah.
What can we do about it?
Thanks. I appreciate that. I just appreciate it.
I appreciate it too, man. Thank you so very much, Squire Waldo. JWT6577 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, JWT. Says they control the culture, they control education, they control the government. I don't see any paths to victory anymore. Well, you know what they don't control is our wallets. They don't control our wallets. And as long as we deny them our business, we deny them our money, and we go ahead and make it quite clear when their product is substandard and shout it from the highest mountaintop. You know, we have some really good channels that have a lot of people. It's moving the needle. It's definitely moving the needle. If the Simpsons had to go ahead and put the simp J.J. Abrams on there to go ahead and take shots at the Fandom Menace, you know we have their attention. You know that we are being effective. By their anger and their mockery, shall ye know, we've gotten under their skin. And that's really something that you can hold fast to your heart. It'll keep you warm in the winter. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I wouldn't be pessimistic, JWT. I do see paths to victory. In fact, we're on it. It's just taken a long time. And that's why, do you seriously think that they would be attacking us in hit piece articles like this if we weren't such a bother, if we weren't such a threat, if we hadn't registered on their seismographs for impact on their bottom line? Gary, would they be attacking us if we weren't actually winning the conversation?
Oh no, they don't. Oh, of course not. No, that's why.
Why would they?
The Gina Carano firing was much worse than The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi was just a bad movie with some very bad behavior from Lucasfilm employees afterwards that created the Fandom Menace in itself. But this is something completely different. They canceled a human being and then lied about her on the way out the door for her political beliefs, for her opinions, when her coworkers said equally, if not worse, things. Gina never said anything, called anybody anything. This is all a fantasy. It's fiction, what they said about her. And now they're trying to silence, once again, the critics through manipulation of the media. I know for a fact that they are not happy about this. I know they know about it. I know they're paying attention, and we're not going to go away. I know the comments on the YouTube channel are bugging the shit out of them. I know the comments on Twitter are bugging the shit out of them, and there's nothing they can do to stop it, because as long as you're just telling them what they did, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not breaking it. There's no guideline. Even the most vague guidelines you cannot say, hey, you can't put a headline in there or put a Gina Carano quote. There's nothing wrong with that. Keep doing it. And yes, it's bugging the shit out of them. We are effective. It just takes time, folks. It takes time. You don't beat a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company overnight. No. With who put so much into these franchises that they're willing to lose money for years before they give up. And like giving up right now looks like bending the knee to us. That's part of the reason they don't. And they eventually will have to. I mean, yes, they're a company with limitless budget, right? But it's not limitless. We are limitless. I mean, we're not spending any money. I'm not spending any money on them. Costs me nothing to call Disney when they do shit, and I can do it forever as long as I live, and and it's not just us, it's our chats. They're trying to silence you guys. They want to take away your place to go, or your ability to want to do this someday, or your ability to just comment freely. They want to take that away. They want to silence you.
Yep. And you know what? Their bag of tricks is wearing thin. I mean, there's nothing surprising about this article. There's nothing we haven't dealt with before. We are called these things every single day, and yet we persist. We still go on. It's not costing us anything, and it's costing them dearly. It's costing them dearly because it's inspiring super chats like Rin Wesley here with a $5 super chat and a great idea. How much would it embarrass Disney and Lucasfilm if a bunch of us cosplayed as Cara Dune at the next Star Wars celebration? I think they would hate the shit out of that. Rin Wesley. And that is our path to victory. JWT 6577 right there. Persistence, mockery, and a certain amount of stubbornness and a little bit of a thick skin. Don't let them be discouraging anyone. Don't buy into their lies. Remember, they control, you just said it yourself, JWT. They control the culture, control education, control the government, but particularly control the media outlets. So when you see stuff like this, you're supposed to despair. You're supposed to say, oh, well, that's all I ever hear about is how, the Fandom Menace is losing and stuff. Well, that's because they're the ones publishing the articles. But why are they having to publish the articles if we aren't kicking their ass? Therefore, despair not. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin says, R.I.P. Mark C. Didn't always agree, but a gentleman. He was. He was a hell of a great soul, a great artist, a great friend, and a true geek. And I say that in the best sense of the word. And we will absolutely miss him. Absolutely miss him. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says they're trying to force us into the underground and create a society similar to the future portrayed in the movie Demolition Man, the snowflake future. Well, we just I was not forced underground. It's my fortress. By the way, Gary, they have detected my base in the center of the earth. I don't know if you saw that exozone style news, but sonically they have encountered a structure deep within the earth. And of course, that would be my base. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. So that's the base. Okay. That's perfectly logical. Then.
It was pissing me off. I was sleeping and I started dreaming that I was on a submarine. And I oh God, I wake up and then I hear boom, boom, and I'm like, those sons of bitches, they're using the damn ground penetrating sonar to find out where my base is. I'll have to retaliate at some point, but for right now, I'm keeping my cards close to my vest. But I just thought that was funny that they finally figured out whereabouts roughly I am. Far beyond reach, but still, it's annoying. Stop pinging me.
Anyway, they don't have technology.
They don't. And they need to stop pinging me, though. That pisses me off. Hard enough to sleep anyway. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Canel living his 2-inch dreams with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, hail, Wonder Woman movie good. Where are my cap and blue sippy cup? Well, the Wonder Woman movie, listen, I've seen worse. But was it good? No, it was not good. But I wouldn't say just because you like it, you have a cap and a blue sippy cup. I have more respect for you, sir, than that. But hey, listen, man, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Somebody needed to, right? Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. It says, hail, Father Doomcock, Father Gary, mods, and chat. Hail, Cardinal Sin, and thank you, sir, very much for being here tonight. Carrie Malone, the toxic white male CIS, says with another $5 super chat, remember when Jack Thompson was the greatest enemy to video games? No. Who is Jack Thompson? Do you mean Fred Thompson, like the litigator? I don't know. Do you know who Jack Thompson was, Gary?
No, known for his... Okay, yeah. So, okay. This was back. Okay, Bruce Jack Thompson was an American activist and disbarred attorney based in Coral, Florida. He's also known for his role in anti-video game activist, particularly against violence and sex in video games. So was this like the PMRC of video games?
I don't know, man.
I
Maybe
this one. I completely missed this one.
Yeah, I don't know. But Carrie Malone, I guess the answer for me is no. But I do know that, for a long time, like Janet Reno and those types were going after video games.
Yeah.
Saying
I
they
mean,
made kids
like
evil and stuff.
The PMRC types. Yeah, I wasn't aware of this because I'm not a big gamer. So, or I'm not a gamer at all. But yeah, no, the SJWs are now the Jack Thompson is nothing compared to SJWs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thank you, sir, for that super chat. Appreciate it. And Digi Akuma, thank you for the $10 super sticker of the hippo in the office chair, speeding down the hallway and taking sharp turns. That is one maneuvering hippo, man. Thank you, Digi Akuma. All right, so let me go down here. Cecil says is adult only content.
Hello.
With a $2 super chat says, "What's up, fellow bigots?"
Hey, bigot. I thought you retired off the internet, sellout.
Yeah, what the hell happened? Cecil says. Thought you said that's it for me. I'm off the internets or something like that.
Cecil, come to Vegas, dude.
Yeah.
Vegas.
There you go. Let's see. Canel's radicalized micro nub with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Burr trying to thread the needle didn't help. They're coming for him anyway. Well, that's the case. There's no placating these people.
Yeah,
they're horrible people. So trying to bend the knee or compromise with them, never a good idea. It will always bite you in the ass. There is no doubt about it. Nikki Ray 71 with a $9.99 super chat of perfect inverted evil. Thank you, Nikki Ray 71 says, "You gentlemen are a breath of fresh air. I hope people will wake up. I lift my glass of red breast 15 year and salute you. Slanja, my friends, and hail Doomcock." Slanja, brother, hail Nikki Ray 71, and thank you for the hail. Thank you for the super chat of inverted perfect evil. Red breast 15 year. I'll have to try that. I've never heard of it. Thank you, my friend. Let's see now. Jay Mill with a $24.99 super chat, which is very generous of you, Jay. Thank you. Says, in the words of the great Tom McDonald, quote, "There's a difference between hate speech and speech that you hate," unquote. Can't wait to see you guys talk with Viva and Barnes. Interested to hear what they say about the article. Yeah, I understand you're going to go on there too, and it's gonna be fun, man. They're good folks.
Yep. No, it'll be very interesting. That'll be a lot of fun. And again, we both appreciate the shout outs for both of us. That is very cool and cool people. So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Aiken with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, Aiken. Says, you guys are highlighting the Marxist ideology. It's gaining momentum. 1984 should be mandatory reading for the Western world now. Thanks for your effort. You're welcome, Aiken. And I agree. Everyone should have to read 1984 and be horrified, because that is the kind of shit that we are headed for. You know, view screens in the house monitoring you for anti-woke sentiment, utterances in your sleep, in your bathroom, over your breakfast. Screw these people. I will not be shamed and I will not be silenced. They can kiss my ass. Galactic Dude with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Galactic Dude. Says, we need to circle the wagons around the Lord of the Rings series. If that show goes woke in any way, I will lose all hope. Gary, don't you think Galactic Dude needs to abandon hope now?
I hate telling people to abandon hope. Circle the wagons for sure.
For Lord of the Rings with that reboot?
Yeah, it's not going to be good. I want it to be good too. It's just not. You know, it's kind of like, it's like holding out for George to come out with the book. It's like, I want it. I fucking want it. Yeah, I loved it. But I know it's not coming out, and I don't want to you don't want, like, there's certain things you definitely have to black pill now. Like Star Wars is one for me, and A Song of Ice and Fire. Unfortunately, that breaks my heart to do it, but I do it. Lord of the Rings, unless they get new showrunners, it's done. Now that could happen. If that happens, if we get like a couple of names, that just aren't connected, I don't care if they're new. Just don't be connected to Bad Robot. Is it too much to ask? You bring in some new voices. I like somebody. Like, those are two white guys you can get rid of right now. I'm fine with it.
Amen.
I don't need white guys in there. I just need them not to be fucking connected to Bad Robot. I don't care.
I think that might be just too much to ask, since all of Hollywood is now infested with their breed of cultural vandalism,
Yeah.
It's sad, man.
I love that they just try to paint us as like these supreme sandwiches, and it's like, no, there's a bunch of white guys we want to get rid of. Freaking Alex Kurtzman.
Chibnall.
Yeah, Chibnall.
Yeah. So hey, there's certain firings we would be down for, but we can't get on the same page. It's so sad. Why can't we just learn to love? I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying, and folks, I will be getting to all the super chats here, but Gary's short on time, so I'm trying to go through and find super chats that reference both of us here real quick.
Thanks,
so
man.
if I skip over yours, don't panic. I'm coming back to it, but here we go. Let's see. Stephen Kraft with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stephen. Says Gary and Doomcock open the show by yelling "Cloud" at daylight savings time. Hail, Jensen, watch out for those kids on your lawns.
Listen, when you get to, well, I can't, Doomcock is ageless, but I'm old. So yeah, when when you get to 52, you tell me how much you like losing or waking up at noon and losing an hour of sleep, and just like, why? I'm sorry, I didn't have to go slop the pigs in the morning or fucking feed the chickens. I'm not a farmer anymore. Now, somebody did make the argument that there's a lot of farming in California, and this is true, but stoners don't wake up early in the morning to go, I don't know, water the weed crop or what. I don't know. It's stupid. You ask anybody from Arizona, like, why don't you do daylight savings time? And their answer is always because it's dumb.
It's dumb. It's dumb. All it does is ruin my day for a couple of days, as I'm trying to adjust. I already have sleep issues. Screw you people. Anyway, I'm not going to apologize for telling those assholes to get off my lawn and stop fucking around with my clocks, okay?
Oh, yeah, get off my lawn. I spend a lot of time. My lawn would be
damn right.
Still tell you to keep off it.
That's right. I'm no Hank Hill, but dadgummit, it's not for you. Finbar Hooley with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Finbar. Says, what I worry about is the day they make what you and Gary do illegal and or get someone in real life to attack you and your families. That's what concerns me. Well, we're just going to keep doing what we do. And geez, I don't think they could. I don't think they could make it.
I want to address one thing too. They always put up what Social Blade says we make, right? And there's a big disparity between like what they say we make. For one, it's none of my business what you make. It's none of anybody else's. I hate Social Blade. I hate it. For one, it might give the government the wrong idea. That's what I'm always paranoid about. And another thing is like, so what? So, we do our thing, right? And I have no remorse, no regrets, no apologies. But I have nothing but gratitude that I'm allowed to do this for a job because of you guys. Right. And I thank you for that. And every time they point that out, every time somebody when you say, oh, following the Fandom Menace makes you basically dumb. Yeah. Okay. So you're just calling a bunch of people potentially in your audience dumb when, by the way, newsflash, the audience is smarter than any content creator on this fucking platform, period. They are the smartest people out there. And constantly calling your audience or anybody else's potential audience, which you can have, cross-pollination with, is that's pretty dumb. But as far as like what we make, there's nothing more pitiful than counting another man or woman's money. There's nothing more. It's envy. It's insecurity. It's like, you know what? If we teach this in recovery, if there is somebody in this room that has what you want, go get it. Go up and ask them, how did you get like this? I mean, that's what we highly recommend when you're just getting into recovery. You're trying to figure things out. Go to the person that looks the most successful in the room and copy everything they do.
Makes sense.
Yeah, just copy everything they do. If don't be jealous, or just go, hey, there's nothing wrong with like, I want what this person has if you're inspired by it. You know what I mean? So like that's the part that they always point out, and that's where they try, and they're doing it to try to get us. They're trying to cancel us. They're trying to say that they're making money off of hate. No, I love this shit. Look at my room. Doomcock's, someday you'll see the compound. By what I've heard, it's legendary as far as the collection is going, and that you guys share your stuff on Twitter all the time with me, and I love that. Please keep doing that. I love seeing your stuff. It's so fucking cool. And we love this shit. I mean, we like to surround ourselves in it. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I've got
lifetime collecting, not only toys, but experience. This is something that we did out of love, and you can't just like say, hey, I want to do YouTube, so I better learn about that Star Wars stuff. No, it doesn't work that way. So yeah, man, I don't even know what this. I don't even know what fucking social. I think I've heard of it, but I don't.
Oh, Social Blade is it keeps track of all of your views, and
how do they even know?
Twitter? Through what they can get into as far as the algorithm goes, but YouTube has blocked them off now. Remember when YouTube? Good. You remember when our subscriber count used to be exact? Like it would be the exact number, and they did away with that. That hurts Social Blade quite a bit. But it's basically for YouTubers to go and keep track of each other. Like I don't. Yeah, we all take a different approach. Like I'm thinking about changing mine a little bit, but right now mine is just like, I make a video when I feel like it, and it's got to be something I'm like, it has to be a level 8 or 9 passion about it out of 10. It has to be way up there. If it doesn't make it to 8, I don't make a video. That's it. Because I can't fake that shit. I'd be like, well, and it's not exciting to watch a video about like, oh, maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Okay. Like mediocre videos are not worth watching. You got to be passionate about it one way or another.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Let's see. Belta with a 20-pound super chat. Thank you, Belta says hello from London. A big gay nerd turned 60 this week.
All right.
Foundation. That is fantastic. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Belta.
60 more years, 66,000 more years. Let's do this.
Amen. So you can live to see the Foundation. He says, love the Foundation by Asimov. Worried TV series will be woke. 2 main characters, now young women of color, and 1 still white, but now female. Gary, please say China for my birthday.
China.
There you go. Happy birthday, Belta, and thank you for tuning in, my big gay nerd friend in London, which is absolutely outstanding. Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Crazy One. Says, my legion, Gary, only one word can describe Batman dying is easy. Wow. Elements from the animated series, The Killing Joke, and Death in the Family show a Dark Knight fans wanted for so long. Hail, Crazy Pineapple.
Oh, he nailed that Batman voice too. God, he nailed that Batman voice. I'll watch it again tonight.
Oh, it was so good. It was beautiful. Great acting. Great set design. The whole thing. Really top notch. Wes Moody webcast with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Wes Moody. Says, hail DC and Gary. Amazing stream. Keep up the fight. We will.
Thank you.
We absolutely will. Infinite Soul with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. It says, love you guys. You are rational voices in the sick and twisted entertainment culture. I'm done and saving my money and time. Let them eat themselves. Sounds good to me. Make it so. Engage. Make it so, Infinite Soul. Thank you, sir, for that. And BC Eagle Deb with a $5 super chat simply says, hail, Doomcock and Nerdrotic. Hail, BC Eagle Deb, and thank you very much for that. Let's see. Scrolling down here. Let's see. Looking for stuff for Gary. Corayon Witch in Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Corayon. Says, how big a super chat do I have to send to get a new episode of Exozone, Gary?
Don't ask that question. You don't have to send a super chat. It's just got to be soon, probably after my vacation. I got to take a vacation. I've got it because the house hunting is starting and we're getting pretty serious about it. So
outstanding.
Hopefully, like, you know what would help the Exozone when we can start, there is subject matter out there, but man, if Contact in the Desert actually is happening this year, I would be so stoked because I will go. I want to go to everything. I was talking about this on my member stream. Somebody brought up medieval times. I was like, I want to go to medieval times. It's cheesy, but I want to go. Because I want to wear a paper crown on my head and eat meat off the bone and watch some stupid fake jousting because I want to go somewhere. I just want to do things.
Everywhere. Go everywhere. I'm looking forward to going out to some conventions too, meeting some folks. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm tired of this. I'm so tired of this shit.
Well, yeah, I'll shoot you a message about Vegas if you can make it. I'll give you the dates and everything, and I'd love for you to go. That
would be fun, man. Vegas. Holy shit.
August. We got months. It'll be hot, but it's during Star Trek Las Vegas. We don't have to go to Star Trek Las Vegas. I was going to go for like a day, but they banned Vic Mignogna, and I'm like, now I kind of do. Yeah.
Fuck them scumbags.
Unless we can all go to get get a big group of us to go so that we can just have some Fandom Menace representation there just to irritate them might be worth it. It might be.
Any time that I do go, I think what I need to do is print up or have it for download where you can print out a Doomcock paper mask and put like a rubber band through it or something so that at a certain time and in Star Trek panels and stuff, prearranged the Doomcock masks and put them on. And
Doomcock, all you have to do is audience. Do you know somebody who could mass produce some paper Doomcock masks? You'll get emails. Somebody will do it.
Send them to me, DictorVanDoomcock@gmail.com. Maybe we can make that happen, and it would be a very fuck you to Kurtzman and everything at the Star Trek.
I love that idea.
We are Doomcock. Can you imagine? He turned pale, wouldn't he? Oh, he'd hate it. Toy Painter 1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Toy Painter 1. Says, hail Doomcock and Gary. The money I have saved by not supporting Hollywood has bought me a new airbrush compressor and more models for the stash, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yes. Oh yeah, the money I've saved, I put into buying like older books and or just saved it. I know it's a weird concept for me. I just saved it. I didn't spend it because you never know.
That's good.
Well,
that's
the shit can. That's
smart, and people are loving this in the chat. By the way, Gary, Doomcock man.
No, we've got to do this. We've got to do this. This has got
our Doomcock.
We wait for the right.
James.
We might want to be a little more DL about it, but I've already blasted it out there on a live stream, but it's only like 2,000-3,000 people.
Well, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to search everyone for a piece of paper in their backpack?
Are they going to ban us? That'd be terrible.
I don't care.
Awful if they ban me from the Star Trek convention.
Oh my God! No.
I'll tell you, Doomcock. If you go, I went with and Mecca was there and Rob and Tom, and it was nothing but a positive experience. Like even with people who are cosplaying with Discovery costumes, they were nice. I can't tell you how many people came up to us with handshakes and friendly words. And I told you the story where the guy who was an extra on the show pulled me aside and wanted to talk to me about our Game of Thrones live streams. And it was great. It was great. Yes, we did get some dirty looks, but not many. And nobody came up to us. Nobody had the balls to come up to us.
Right.
Yeah. So it was a ton of fun.
That sounds great, man.
It was you guys, not the convention. It was the interacting with people. That's the best part.
I love it. I love it. Hey, Robot Shlomo. Good to see you, man. Hail, Robot Shlomo. He's in the chat here.
Rob and Tom and I and Mecca had the most surreal moment probably in my life, being in a hotel room talking to Clint Howard.
Right.
Yeah, and he was cool as fuck. So thanks, Rob and Mecca and Tom, for inviting me to that. I really appreciate it. And then we walked by Chekhov on the way in. Walter Keon, I can never pronounce the last name. Yeah, he's Koenig, and he's like a hobbit. He's like I don't know, 4'2" or something like that. He's really short, but walked by him on the way up to the hotel room. But yeah, Clint was cool as fuck. That guy was cool.
Nice. Cisco Kid with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cisco Kid. Says, Hail Inquisition. Do you think we will ever see A versus X on the big screen? I have no idea what A versus X is. I completely
you mean Avengers versus X-Men? Avengers versus X-Men.
Avengers versus X-Men.
Yeah, I think they will probably lead up to that, to be honest with you. Problem is it'll be like the A Force versus the mutants, or the X women, or the X people.
Oh, God.
And they'll just call it A versus X. They're gonna have to. Yeah, there is a rumor out there. I don't know how legit it is, but that they are not gonna call them the X-Men, and I think that's a very believable rumor, considering what Victoria Alonso has said. And I put it in a couple of videos. I might put it in my next one too. That I think X-Men's a bit outdated. Do you think X-Men's outdated? Like until Disney got around, your single most popular comic book, the best-selling comic book in history. It was the #1 selling comic book for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
No,
I think that's absurd. I think that's crazy. Speaking of which, thank you, Cisco Kid. Laughter is Deadly with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Laughter. It says, I have a bunch of 60s and 70s Marvel comics. Should I hold on to them or sell them? And where can I sell them and not get ripped off? Shit, I don't know, man. That's a tough question. If you're purely interested in investment, I'd probably sell them, because I don't know. They're not really making any new comic book fans anymore because of the management of the company. I don't know. What do you think, Gary?
Cisco Kid, email me at gary@nerderotic.com. And I can give you some tips on where you can get maximum value out of your comics. But I would tell you right now, do not sell them to a comic shop. Don't even think about it. Be patient. Right. And email me and I'll give you some tips on how you can maximize your dollar.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I would sell them now. Absolutely right now. The market is fucking red hot. It is red hot for Bronze and Silver Age. You can get maximum value for your books. Just hit me up.
Yeah, that's my feeling too. And if there's anything you'd like to ask me too, Laughter is Deadly, you can shoot me one at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com as well. But yeah, I agree with that assessment. I definitely do. Yep. Let's see. Amateur Anth with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Amateur Anth. Says, everyone in that hit piece Netflix will run should do a class action lawsuit for defamation and lies. Yeah, I think you definitely, a lot of people could have a case.
I think this one comes up short because it's so badly done. that just, I think any lawyer, they always get you on. They're just they're stating their opinion. Like ultimately, that's what, if they're stating their opinion, they can say what that's what protects us too. We got to remember that's what protects us. But if there is anything in there that could be considered factual, that you are directly linking me or Ryan or Doomcock or Jeremy to white supremacy and Yahtzees and stuff, then yes, we do need to start suing for that. That needs to start happening, because that label being thrown around, it's sticking. It is absolutely sticking, and it's dangerous. It's actually dangerous. You know, all that shit again, that it's so much projection out there that they put on us. None of us have ever said go after Jar Jar Abrams or anything. You like Jar Jar, go make movies somewhere else. I don't care. I don't want them canceled. I don't want them fired. I just want them away from freaking Star Trek and Star Wars. It's too late at this point. Mostly away from DC. I just want them away from DC. But I mean, you know, like, yeah, we are not stating anything dangerous. We're just talking about pop culture. But we did see over the last year, people were getting attacked and killed for their political beliefs. And this was all this hyperbolic divisiveness that has been ramped up and gaslit by the media, big tech, and entertainment. And that's the singular thing that I have called out the most. And you have too, Doomcock, is just making everything so damn divisive and villainizing your audience. You know, you're demonizing people who made your product worth billions, instead of, like, I don't know, listening to them or not engaging at all. You could just simply not engage. Pablo Hidalgo didn't need to tweet about Star Wars theory. What could you possibly gain by that? You know what he gained? He gained a little dopamine rush, and, you know, probably a few attaboys at work. And that shows you what they're making this stuff for, is each other, not for us, not for the fans. They don't give a damn about us. And they used to at least pretend they did.
Yeah, no, that's true. They don't. I think that their true feelings are shining through, and yeah, we can't ignore it. You know, we can't ignore it. It's just glaringly clear how at odds we are, but we're winning, and we need to persist. Basil,
go on. Sorry.
Basil, the musical and Pump and Seagull with a $5 Canadian super chat has a message for you, Gary. He says, Gary, I won't watch Superman and Lois because they cucked the guy. Sorry, don't emasculate him constantly, then expect me to watch his own show. No Seagull. I don't think they emasculate Superman on Superman and Lois.
That's called being married.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, like, there's cuck, and then there's a couple of times where they insinuate that it's Superman's fault that the kids messed up. It's like, no, the bomb's there too. But no, it's not anywhere that bad. And believe me, I would fucking call that shit out if I saw it. But there's also being married. Like, you gotta, like, it's a team effort. And especially, you know, modern marriages where the woman is working a very professional job. I mean, that's the relationship I'm in. You know, right. I've got a wife who's a professional at the top of her game, and while she doesn't own her business, she still has her clientele, and she's still considered one of the best in her industry, and made more money than me for many, 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 many years. Still does, and I'm fine with that. It's called, you know, you got to make compromises once in a while. That's how relationships last. I don't know, right. 18 years. And I've known her for 5.
Yeah, there's a difference between being cucked and being pussy whipped. I think it's a fine distinction, but I think it's there.
I mean, you know, like, listen, I don't want my wife pissed off at me. I that's the last thing I want. But we have a very good, even. You know, she doesn't. I would not stay with somebody who, like, walked all over me, and
right.
not stay. And you know what? She wouldn't be married. I was just going to bring this up. She wouldn't be married to a misogynist, sexist, alt-right Yahtzee either. You know, and
Right.
she has to deal with this shit now. Like when like these articles get written, people ping her, and you know, her clients know about it and stuff, and they have to discuss it. You know, it does affect my real life, but not too negatively, because those people know me. They know me, and they laugh it off. You know.
Exactly. And people in the chat are also saying that maybe Basil was talking more about on Supergirl than on this show.
I thought he said Superman and Lois.
That's what he did say, but people in the chat are saying, I don't know. Who knows?
No, he got cucked on Supergirl, but here's the difference, Basil, and you're right. This is a different show. It exists in a different universe.
Right.
They have one more kid than they did in Supergirls. They had one kid in Supergirl and not two. And I see this as a absolute fresh start with the same cast. Now,
yeah,
if they bring in Supergirl and crossover, then to your point, I'll say to your point.
Amen. Well said. Melissa Lord with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Melissa. Says DC and Gary, thanks for what you do. It was a rough year working, a bad paying job, but y'all give me joy and LOLs. Start new job tomorrow. Batgirl is back in the game. Congratulations, Melissa Lord. Well done. Congratulations. I hope that new job treats you well. You definitely deserve it. Definitely deserve it. Nicholas Horton with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, hail DC and Gary. It may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I recommend watching the first 2 episodes of Netflix Pacific Rim anime. 7 episodes out now, more coming at a later date. It has nice animation.
I heard good things about it. I did. I'll check it out.
I'll check it out. I did not like the first Pacific Rim movie. I thought that was exactly all the things I hated about giant kaiju movies, namely shot in the rain, shot in the dark, shot with a shaky camera, shot super close up so I can see one of their toes while they're fucking fighting. I hate that shit. So yeah.
Oh, I agree. I was so excited to see that movie when it came out, because I was like, you know, it had been a while since we'd gotten a big, you know, freaking monster movie. And I'm like, this is going to be cool. Guillermo del Toro. And then it was just, you're right. It was just big disappointment.
I hated it. But on a plus side, Carrie Malone with a $5 super chat. Gary is saying Winds of Winter is coming out any day now.
If it
I think Carrie's rubbing it in. I don't know.
Thanks, Carrie. Hey, if it came out tomorrow, I'd be happy. I would. But I mean, he came out with a blog post 2 days ago saying, you know, I got to get on Wins. He talked about like 19 projects he's going to do, but at the end, he's all, I need to finish Wins, and then I'm going to go write a Dunk and Egg story, and then I'm going to write Dream of Spring. I'm like, what? You ain't George, you don't have time to write your Dunk and Egg story. It's not that important. I mean, I like them. They're great. Fuck your Dunk and Egg story. Get right on Dream of Spring. But you just, you know, George is not going to finish the books.
Never.
He's never going to finish the books. Do not. Right now, the only closure you're going to get is people, you know, go watch, you know, Sporking News podcast. Watch them talk about what you know, their theories. Go watch Lucifer Means Lightbringer or Quinn's Ideas. They have some of the best theories out there, and that's the only closure you're going to get. That's about it.
That's it. That's all there is, man. All there is. Found Hope with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Found Hope. Says, hate daylight savings. Here's $2 for some tissues, and a little smiley face. Well, okay. We're not crying about it. We're more pissed than crying, but there you go. Douglas A. Burton with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douglas. Says, I always thought that Saruman the White and Orthanc symbolized academia's odd support for some toxic movements in history.
Huh.
I don't know. What do you think?
That's, well, Tolkien hated allegories. So I don't think it was an allegory for that, but I mean, maybe in the back, maybe subtly, maybe subconsciously. But no, I always thought Saruman just represented corruption. Just he power corrupts. He was drawn to he studied the One Ring, like for many. He was into the ring lore. That was his thing, and the ring just got to him because he was good. Everybody started out good in that world, in the Tolkien legendarium. And it's about how evil and power corrupt.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good answer. Also, here is a good question, and if you will take this question, Gary, I'm burning up in here. I got to go turn on the AC in the other room.
I got it.
Games help me forget with a £5 super chat. Thank you, sir. It says Doug Ray Scott was also approached.
Oh no,
to play Aragorn.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That's two major roles he let slip through his fingers.
No.
He must deeply hate himself. Gary, what do you think he deeply hates himself? I'll be right back.
I think this is you do need to hire good representation. Like when you're an actor, when you're an entertainer of any kind and you get to a certain level, you do need help. You do need representation because the work you have to focus on your work. You have to focus on the acting. So you really do have to rely on people to help you find stuff. I mean, like even a small little YouTuber like me, and like, listen, in the vast scheme of things, that's an absolute fact. There are channels with millions of subs that I've never heard of. So I'm kind of nothing, but I need help. So yeah, you need a good agent in Hollywood, and Doug Ray Scott had the worst, had the absolute worst agent. I mean, like Tom Selleck missed out on Indiana Jones, but he had Magnum PI. And he would have been a terrible Indiana Jones. Like Indiana Jones is Harrison Ford completely, but Doug Ray as Aragorn at his age, he wouldn't have been bad. But no, I can't imagine anybody else in it now. Like, and Vigo was a last minute addition. Remember, it was Stuart Townsend who they shot, not literally shot, they shot footage with Stuart Townsend and didn't work out. So they brought in Vigo, and it was he was going to say no, but his son was a big fan of the books. So he listened to his son and went down there, and he ended up being kind of the final piece to the puzzle. And the reason The Lord of the Rings was a success is that cast was family. Like they loved each other, every single one of them. And they, did things together, and they all like took roles of families. And, Sean Astin, like pretty much was Samwise. He was always like, you see the behind the scenes footage. He would do shit like the helicopter would be landing on the side of the hill, and he'd get up and start like guiding the helicopter in and stuff. And he'd always be asking if something was safe. And he was kind of like the Karen on the set, but in a good way. It's fascinating to watch the behind the scenes. I think Robert Meyer Burnett had something to do with some of those. They are as entertaining as the movie. It's brilliant to see how something that good got made. It is.
That is super cool. I've got a few more here, and then we'll let you go, brother. Culture Casino with a $25 super chat. Thank you, Culture Casino. Says, all hail the Grand Inquisitors. Even Torquemada could not exceed. Support the independent creators and artists replacing the old mainstream and smoldering ashes of Hollywood. I say again, hail Nerdrotic, Doomcocken, all in the chat. I thought you'd want to hear being compared to Torquemada. Which, surely that makes your night now.
Night is made.
Charles Burnett with a $25 super chat. Thank you, Charles. Says, do you guys think that Disney will edit Deadpool to remove Gina Carano or just keep it in their vault? Nah, I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, that would be a major surgery to the movie. What do you think, Gary?
I wouldn't put past anything. This fucking petty motherfuckers. Yeah, no, they can't. But I mean, we're talking about a company that willfully buried. I mean, through Marvel, their biggest selling comic book and their first family because they didn't have the film rights. So like, no, they wouldn't edit Gina out. But I mean, would they have the conversation? Probably. I don't know. They're fucking crazy. Like these are crazy people. Like Kathleen Kennedy on the Oscars thing, you know, we were talking about how cringe that she said fade in, but after that, they were calling filmmakers scientists. You notice that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, listen, art's technical and you have to have a very specific talent to do that. And not everybody can do it. And that's why you deserve to make whatever money you make. You're not a fucking scientist. You're an artist, and we're talking about animating hair specifically. It's like,
yeah,
you're making pixel hair. I mean, stop it, please.
Absolutely. Good point there, Gary. CD Baller with a $5 super chat. Thank you, CD. Says, hail Doomcock and Nerderotic. Just feel I should pay my dues for consuming your content. Your takes on Hollywood are spot on. Hail the Fandom Menace. Hail CD Baller, and thank you very, very much for that. Let's see. Bionic Belly Button with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. Says, any recommendations on how to prep for the Schneider cut for maximum enjoyment? I wouldn't think any prep would be necessary, Gary. I certainly wouldn't advise, if you haven't seen Justice League, I wouldn't advise watching the first cut of it before you watch the Schneider cut.
I mean, if you want to, for bare minimum, I would watch Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman, the ultimate cut. Do not watch the theatrical cut to get, because otherwise you might be kind of lost to what's going on. So I'd watch those. You don't need to watch Wonder Woman. It's considered the better movie, but personally for rewatchability, I've watched Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman more than I've watched Wonder Woman. Definitely don't need to watch Suicide Squad. That's it's got a couple of moments, but you can just watch those on YouTube. There's a moment where, Batman is chasing down Joker and Harley and Batman confronts Deadshot. That you can watch those on YouTube. So
yeah, I think that's reasonable. Do you really have to watch Man of Steel though?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I guess I'll watch the damn thing then. I tried to get through it. I couldn't get through even the opening on Krypton. I was like, oh God, this is bad. But I'll check it out. Let's see. Michael Alaimo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael, is asking, if Zack Snyder's Justice League is successful, do you think it will fix the DCEU? I don't. I mean, it would take more than that, but it's a positive step. I mean, it's definitely a great thing for the fans that they're putting this out and for Zack Snyder, but I don't know. Any opinion on that, Gary?
Maybe. I mean, if it's really successful and it gets Warner Brothers to have Zack Snyder, or at least other people, take those already casted characters aside from Ezra Miller, who sucks, and do things with them and not Jar Jar Abrams, that would be a plus. That would be a big plus. So yes, just to keep Jar Jar away, this needs to be a massive success. Do I think it will be a massive success? I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical.
How do you define a massive success when it's on HBO Max?
You can't. And considering that there's a very powerful person who doesn't want it to be, I think the odds are against it. But if it's something that brings an insane amount of subscribers, and that's what it's got to do. It has to bring an insane number of subscribers and be watched over and over again. But like even watching it over and over again doesn't really help them. And that's why the current streaming services are almost set up to fail, because there's no ads. So, I mean, multiple clicks just tells you how popular something is. But if it doesn't, it's like uploading a video on YouTube. And I can tell immediately when my recommendations don't go out as much as normal, because I generally do. I mean, I'm very grateful. My videos do well. but it usually plays to my audience, and I'm not picking up a bunch of subs, and it's inexplicable. Right. So there's certain videos that I'll just tell you right now. I had a video that had 250,000 views, but it only picked up 300 subs. But then I had a video with 100,000 views that picked up 3,000 subs. And that's just where it's recommended, where it gets recommended. So when you have a movie on your streaming service that gets a bunch of clicks, but it's not bringing in new subscribers,
right?
Not going to be enough.
Right, exactly. That is the real issue. It's so weird when you're not getting a new audience, you're just getting the people that are already on board. And I really am curious as to how this Warner Brothers streaming model on HBO Max is working out for them, because I don't know. I can't really imagine that a whole lot of people are going to be specifically signing up to see things like the Schneider Cut or the little things, which had Rami Malek or Rami Malek, whatever his name is, and
yeah,
it was a good movie. I liked it, but
seven-ish. It looked like it was 7-ish. I could be wrong, but that's the kind of vibe I got off it.
Yeah, it was. It was not bad. It was pretty good. I did like it. But and Red Diver. Go ahead, Gary.
Is it going to bring in butts to the seats? I mean, that's the key.
Exactly. And I don't know that that's going to be the case, but boy, I'm enjoying it. I mean, I'm watching, but there's a lot of the new movies I'm just not interested in.
Yeah.
The Little Things was good. I recommend it. I mean, it's not great. It's not nearly as good as Seven, but it was good. It was okay. I thought Denzel Washington did a hell of a job. Rami Malek what is it? What's his name?
It's Rami Malek.
That's what I thought. He was great as always. He's a very strange actor, but a very good one. Red Diver with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Red Diver. Says, congrats on being invited to Frey and Barnes. You guys should ask him about bringing libel suits. Stay strong, brothers. You're not alone. We are definitely not alone. You guys are the best, and I want to thank you all so much for all of your support here. You guys are the best. And I want to thank WG with an incredibly generous $200 super chat. Holy shit, man. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Wow. I appreciate that. But since Gary's time is short and it's specifically addressed to me, I'm going to skip it, but I didn't want to think I was ignoring it. I'm not. I will come back to it here in just a few minutes. But Captain Spire with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Captain Spire, for this. He says, in the year 2525, if man is still alive, George Martin may write Winds of Winter. In the year 3535, ain't gonna need to tell Dream of the Spring.
No.
It's never coming out, man.
It kills me, dude. I've read those books so much. I know them. They're great. They're so great. It's so sad that story's not going to come to an end. It's sad that Jon Snow is currently still bleeding out at Castle Black. And we have no idea if he's going to survive or not. Yeah, it's just terrible.
It's the damnedest thing. Let's see. Toddzilla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Toddzilla. Says, shout out to all the wrenches. These gals and dudes are the bestest ever. They are, Toddzilla. They absolutely are. All right. So, Culture Casino with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Culture Casino. Says, Gary and Doomcock, I will gladly show up to a huge event in Vegas. Let's do it.
Do it.
Hail Culture Casino. Well, being a culture and casino, it makes sense that he would.
Yes. Culture Casino's the man. Got a great man.
Yeah.
And I'd love to meet you and everybody in person. And we'll get this going. As a matter of fact, on my road trip, we might do a little scouting, and the missus and I might do a little preliminary scouting in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? So, right now, because of the proximity of the event, I am thinking, I have booked at the Venetian because it's centrally located, and I'll let you know like where we're gonna, convene. Hopefully it's at a bar called the Millennium Fandom Bar. If they reopen, if they don't reopen, then I'll just rent another bar, and we'll do live streams in front of people. We'll get guests. I will hire a couple of taco trucks. The tacos will be on me. I think it's the least I could do to thank you guys. And this was all supposed to happen last year, and it didn't because of the coup, obviously. But I do not foresee any problems in the middle of the summer heat in Las Vegas in August. Of course, you want to, be safe. And again, if you're going to book a room, please make sure it's fully refundable. And same with the flight. And the dates are August 11th to 15th. I'll probably be there a little longer, and I will get you much more details as the weeks go.
Sounds good. And I guess the final super chat I'm going to read here for Gary is from Shadow Persona with a $5 super chat, who says, Doomcock and Gary, what are your fears or reservations about the new Batman movie? What are your predictions and why? My fear or reservation about the new Batman movie is it will suck. Pattinson will suck as Batman. It looks like he sucks. I don't know. And also all the shenanigans that are reportedly going on there. I don't have high hopes for this movie at all. Gary, what do you think?
My main concern is Matt Reeves' association with J.J. Abrams. And usually with that kind of association, we get intersectional, woke, subversive crap, which usually pisses all over our main character. Watchmen, Star Trek Discovery. I have a lot of examples of that to back up my reservations. I hope it's really fucking good though. I hope I'm wrong, dead wrong. I've been wrong before. Robert Pattinson is not Batman. He'd be a very good Dick Grayson, I think. And I'm sick of seeing Batman in the beginning or early stages or this or that. I want to see I think Ben Affleck's Batman in the Snyderverse was the closest thing to the comic book Batman we'll ever see. Period. An established Batman, a little too far along. Everybody wants to avoid Robin. And yes, I know Robin was in Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. I don't count those as Batman movies. They're silly little Joel Schumacher musicals that definitely existed, but I don't that's not anything close to the comic books. I want to see a legit Robin and a rogues gallery of villains and a proper Batmobile. And I love Jeremy Irons as Alfred. I think he's great. That's what I want. And I don't need to see this big spectacle. The one thing I could say I like about it is it looks like it's grounded, but not too grounded. Nolan, I like what Nolan did, but that still isn't Batman to me. But I love his work, and I love that first two movies for sure. But no, as far long story short, anytime there's Jar Jar Abrams involvement, even if it's on the peripheral, is a very big red flag.
I agree, Gary. Listen, go ahead and plug your channel, my friend, and let us know what's going on in your world.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me on. Thank you to the moderators, and thanks to everyone in the chat and everybody who donates or just sits here and spends your very valuable time with us in the evening. We always appreciate that. I have a channel. I have 3 channels: Nerdrotic Live, Nerdrotic Daily, which I run with Perry Chan. I love Perry Chan. He's such a nice kid. My next project is WandaVision, and there will be a Picard review when I'm on vacation. It will be released. I'm going to put some stuff in the can to be released while I'm on the road. I'll also do videos from the road if I need to, if it's something big. I'm going to be hitting the road in a couple weeks here. So, for spring break, and thank God, sweet freedom. Sweet freedom. So yeah, look out for a WandaVision review. That's next.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Listen, thank you for being on, Gary. I'm going to press on and read some of these super chats here, but it's good to talk to you, man. It was a lot of fun tonight.
It was a blast. Everybody have a great night, and don't go anywhere. The show's still going. So I will catch the rest of this later. And thank you again, sir.
Thank you, Gary. Have a good night. My best to the missus and the family.
Thank you. Take care, my man. Bye-bye.
You talk to you later. Bye-bye. All right, gang. Well, we've got a helping of super chats here, and I am going to go ahead and stick with you guys and see if we can't go ahead and read all of these for you. I appreciate all of you, your support and your witty comments and interesting takes on things. Let's go ahead and get this done, shall we, folks? Let's see what we got here. We have got a super sticker from Crazy Cat Guy saying, number one, Bushiba doing some calligraphy on a pad. Thank you very much, Crazy Cat Guy, for that super sticker. Cisco Kid with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Cisco Kid says, no more compromise. Hail the Fandom Menace. Hail to you, Cisco Kid, man. We are absolutely not compromising. We're not in the mood to compromise anymore, are we? I sure as hell am not. Let's see, trying to go down to where we were. M Tax Shark with a $5 super chat. Thank you, M Tax Shark. He says, as has been said, tell me when the book burners and those against free speech were the good guys. I will wait. Yes, you cannot be a good guy and be out to suppress free speech, out to suppress books, out to suppress ideas. It is not okay. These people are their enemies. By their deeds shall ye know them. When you see them out there advocating, shutting us up, labeling us falsely, slandering us, trying to shut us up that way because they've lost the argument. There is no argument to be had. They are not debating anything in terms of policy, in terms of the efficacy or fairness of vandalizing our culture. No, they just say, oh, well, we're secretly isphobe, whatever. Bunch of liars, bunch of scumbags. There you go, M Tax Shark. Well said. Those suppressing free speech and burning books, they are the problem. Julia D2 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Julia. Says Gina and Zach, new movie. Thoughts? I think it'd be great. Zack Snyder has also been done badly by Hollywood. I think Gina and Zach could be a hell of a great alliance. So yeah, Julia D2. I'd be all for that movie. I would be all over that. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat, for that super chat. Says, so we are, have we been attacked by an evil AI? Does it know it is an AI? How self-aware is it? What would Captain Kirk do to stop it? You're talking about the article that it looks like, for all intents and purposes, it may have been generated by some kind of artificial intelligence program. I think we have. I think the Fandom Menace has been attacked by an evil AI. It does not know it's an AI. It's a stupid AI. It's a SJW snowflake AI. It's not very self-aware at all, since SJWs have no self-awareness whatsoever. If they did, they would spontaneously combust. They would be absolutely just bereft of any kind of enthusiasm. They would just self-immolate because they would see just how worthless and stupid and shallow they are. And what would Captain Kirk do to stop it? I don't know. I think the best way to stop SJWs is just to show them Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard on an endless loop until finally they just scream and cry uncle and try to claw their own eyes out. That would be my strategy. I think that's what Captain Kirk would do. Hail Kit Kat, in my opinion. I think that's what Captain Kirk would do. But I can't tell for sure. I'm going to strap you down and I want to show you this little show called Star Trek Discovery. And I'm going to make it so you can't close your eyes. You've got to take it in. You've got to take it in like the rest of the Star Trek fans had to take it in until you see the error of your ways. That's what I would do, folks. And I think that's what Captain Kirk would do. Cannell's radicalized micro nub with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, sir, for that. Says Burr trying to thread the needle didn't help. They're coming for him anyway. Well, as I said before, there is no appeasing these people. There is no placating them, no bending the knee. You cannot trust them. You cannot rely on their goodwill, their logic. You cannot argue with them. You cannot debate them because they have no logic, reason, or facts to stand on. They just want to take our culture and repurpose it for their own ends, namely to brainwash us all, gaslight us, and shove their propaganda down our throats. And that is why the Fandom Menace is going to win, because more people want good entertainment than they want this woke garbage. And I think even normies at this point are being subjected to it everywhere, in music, in commercials, for God's sakes, in TV shows, movies, in books. It's an all-out assault of this kind of whiny, whingy, fucking wokeness that is going to eventually even wake up the normies. And when that happens, they're going to be, hey, what was this? You should have been watching Nerderotic and Doomcock on the Inquisition all this time. You would have been better prepared. Thank you, sir, for that super chat. Let's see. Yes, we've gotten that one. We've gotten that one. Polaris Sucks with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Polaris Sucks. Says, watching Voyager, not the best of classic Trek, but even that is so much better than new Trek. I don't miss the constant ego stroke of Burnham. So you don't really miss that wooden plank of a character coming around and having everyone bow and scrape and kiss her plank. Yeah, I don't miss that either. Polaris Sucks. Voyager, there is no comparison. Voyager is infinitely superior to Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard, Strange New Worlds, whatever the hell coming out of the dog's anus that is Secret Hideout and Bad Robot. Let me tell you, whatever Trek there has been is better. Whatever Trek. You can name the show. The worst of those shows is better than what's Discovery. Shit, even The Way to Eden or Spock's Brain, even The Next Generation, where everybody turned into salamanders. Remember when Tuvok and Neelix became Tuvix? They got merged into one person. That's better than Star Trek Discovery, and that sucked. Thank you, Polaris Sucks. I really appreciate that. Triss with a $9.99 super chat of perfect inverted evil. Thank you, Triss. Says, this SJW stuff is ridiculous, and they are creeping into every fandom. I'm a huge 40K fan, been playing and reading for 20 years. They finally started creeping in, and it's just awful. It is, Triss. Yeah, they are out to undermine every aspect of our culture, every bit of our civilization. They want to repurpose because they see it as deficient, and they want to rewrite not only history, not only our society, not only our laws, they want to rewire our brains. They want to actually rewire the way that we think, the way we communicate, and fill us with fear for expressing certain viewpoints, telling certain jokes that are politically incorrect, not to be able to even enjoy old movies like Gone with the Wind without having to sit through a fucking lecture from HBO itself telling us why we're bad people for watching Gone with the Wind, or Peter Pan, or the Aristocats, or Swiss Family fucking Robinson. Can you believe it? They want to change everything. And, sometimes change is good, but not this change. And not this drastically. And that is what we're fighting against. And by God, we're going to keep fighting against it as long as we can make videos, as long as we can still analyze bad stories, as long as we still have free speech, we will be standing up against this tyranny. Thank you, Tris. And I'm sorry for all my Warhammer 40K fans out there. They're even coming for Warhammer 40K. It's just sad. It's really, really sad. Rave Forever with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Rave Forever. Says, sad that they can call this community whatever they want, and we can't call them out for what they are. Alt left. I will shut up now. Bionic. Thank you, Rave Forever. Yeah, we can't seem. Well, I think maybe we should start calling them out for what they are. I'm sick and tired of being told what I can say and can't say. You feel like calling those scumbags out, Ray Forever, you go ahead and do it. Why not? I mean, if you don't actually have a big established channel or something, if you've just got like an email and who cares, man? You can always make another one. If they ban you for telling the truth, you just dust yourself off and you get yourself a VPN and you pick another location, you make yourself another identity, and then you do it again. Rinse and repeat, It's like something that Victor Laszlo said in Casablanca. He says, what if you were to kill us all in Berlin and Versailles? More would rise up to take my place. Even Germans can't kill that fast. And that's basically it. We need to go ahead and keep speaking our truth, regardless of the consequences, and we will not be silenced. We will not be silenced. Hail Rave Forever. Let's see. Amateur Anth with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Amateur Anth, who says, friendly reminder, George Floyd has been over 10 months drug-free. Too soon, Amateur Anth. Too soon. Way too soon. I think it's too soon. I think it's probably too soon. But hail Amateur Anth, and thank you, sir. That right there, politically incorrect humor. Right there from Amateur Anth, reminding us what is exactly politically incorrect humor. Thank you, Belta Loda and Crazy Pineapple, again for your super chats here. They were very generous. Crispy Critters with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Crispy Critters. Says being a passive sociopath is a thing. I wouldn't be surprised at that. I could see some sociopaths being passive to some extent. Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. Thank you, Crispy Critters. Thomas Robson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Thomas. Says boycott Disney and Hollywood movie theaters, games, etc. Absolutely. Listen, it's this simple, folks. If these corporations are not showing you respect, if they insult you, if you feel slighted, if you feel marginalized or ignored, remember my slogan. Without respect, we reject. Keep your wallet closed. Deny people money who insult you. It is that simple, folks. Deny people your money if they insult you. I think that is fair. Thank you, Thomas Robson. Appreciate that. And Digi Akuma along those lines, folks. Digi Akuma with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. It says, if the movie stinks, just don't go. It's a quote by Jay Sherman. Thank you, Digi Akuma. And Infinite Soul with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Infinite Soul. Says, love you guys. You are rational voices in this sick and twisted entertainment culture. I'm done and saving my money and time. Let them eat themselves. Yes, let them eat cake, and then afterwards let them have themselves for fucking dessert. Amen, Infinite Soul. Thank you, sir. You're smart. Yeah. Yep. It is a sick and twisted entertainment culture. It is being co-opted by cultural vandals, Marxists, and so on and so forth. Hellbent on undermining our society by destroying the pillars of that society, one of which is pop culture, our myths, our stories that inspire us to be better than what we are. to be Batman, to be Captain Kirk, to be Captain Picard. Well, Captain Picard no longer is a role model for anything, is he? Not after what Bad Robot and Secret Hideout and Kurtzman did to him. Good God, that was horrible. Thank you, Infinite Soul. And Super Mastermind with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Super Mastermind. Says, I wish George Lucas would review movies on YouTube. He watches movies, right? One would think so. God, George Lucas reviewing movies, it'd probably be a massive channel, wouldn't it? Can you imagine the views that he would get? Holy crap. Man, I'd subscribe to that in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Thank you, Super Mastermind, for that. Loquacious Primate with a $5 super chat. My arch villain and legionnaire Loquacious Primate. Thank you, sir. Says, art made out of love can liberate the human spirit, while art made out of fear or the quest for power malnourishes the soul, degrades, and divides us. Well said, Loquacious Primate. Well said. That is indeed the case, sir. You have summed it up very, very nicely. In fact, you've inspired me. I think I'm going to go ahead and try and just pop on my helmet for some of these super chats. Don't you think? I think for the Inquisition, periodically, I should put on helmets since I'm not doing impressions or stuff. Why don't we put on a helmet?
Let's go ahead and let's get serious here for a minute, shall we? Marked Ashamed with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Marked Ashamed, who says, for the newest Star Wars character, a rock. Still more likable than most of Disney's other characters. Thank you, Marked Ashamed. I appreciate that. Still more likable than Mikey Spock, that's for sure. If it was a choice between sleeping with Geode and sleeping with Mikey Spock, I'd rather sleep with Geode, you know? At least that way you don't get splinters in your nether regions, like if you would if you bang that plank. Thank you, Marked Ashamed. And Marked Ashamed with another $5 super chat. Hail, Marked Ashamed, who says, video games, where you get to be the star of your show. How can movies compete against that? Well, I don't know. The best movies in the past were better than video games. I'm talking about Lawrence of Arabia, Casablanca, Blade Runner, things like that. Sunset Boulevard, for example. Those are incredible stories that really almost nothing can compete with movies at their very best. But these days, games are vastly superior to what is out there. Vastly superior to anything being released by Hollywood, damn near. I think Marked Ashamed, you've got a point there. I think the future might be in gaming at this point, unless they get their shit together and remember how to tell a story, not an agenda. Kevin Dorr with a $5 super chatter. It might be Kevin Doré, sir. Kevin, whichever way, thank you for this $5 super chat. And he says, Drew Brees got canceled for saying he was proud of his grandfathers who fought in World War II. BLM supporting players run NFL now. Well, and that's another reason why the NFL is basically hemorrhaging viewers. A lot of people turned their backs on the NFL when it went woke, and I don't blame them. I'm so sick and tired of having this woke garbage intruding on every single aspect of our lives. It is beyond a certain point just revolting. And there's going to be a backlash, kids. And when it comes, it's going to be pretty effing severe. Thank you, Kevin Doré. Appreciate that super chat. And Riff Magos with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Riff Magos says, Iron Maiden, excellent. Thank you, Riff Magos. Doing an Iron Maiden riff. Of course, that's not Iron Maiden, but never mind. The spirit of Iron Man it filled me. Black Sabbath. I love Black Sabbath. Solid Gamer, 1998, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Solid Gamer. Says, I hope Dave and John can pull it together. So do I, man. They are under assault. They are in risk of being canceled. But I got to tell you guys, they're hanging in as best as I know. And I actually have a video coming out very soon where I will give you a hint. This is a big one, folks. I've gotten some material given to me of what Jon Favreau was planning for Gina Carano before she was fired. How she was going to appear in the various shows that he was preparing. And I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys probably on Tuesday. It will probably be on Tuesday. I'll probably have another pop culture breakdown with Overlord DVD tomorrow. And then Tuesday I will have that special report. It'll be a regular video. It's a big one. Doom Breed with a $5 super chat. Hail Doom Breed, who says, hail Doomcock. Thank you, Doom Breed. I say unto you, hail to Doom Breed as well. Thank you, sir. And Amateur Anth with a $5 super chat again. Thank you, Amateur Anth. He says, the only movie I'm interested in seeing is Godzilla vs. Kong. Oh, I know, man. I can't wait to see that. Also, the Schneider Cut. They could get D-list actors to play humans and nobody would care. I absolutely agree, Amateur Anth. I cannot wait to see Godzilla vs. Kong, which is coming out this month, isn't it? It's not coming out this week, but it's coming out towards the end of the month. Is that correct or is that not so? Thank you, Amateur Anth. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you're looking forward to Godzilla vs. Kong. I am as well. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat, very much. Says punishment for these miscreants. Force them to type endless tweets which no one will ever read. Well, that's pretty much how they're living their life right now. Maybe I will force them to type endless tweets which no one will ever read while sitting on a red hot coal. So let it be written, so let it be done. And Fred W. Manzo with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Fred. Says Disney made Bear Grylls drop the show with Gina Carano from his series this year. He'll only have 7 shows, not 8 this year. Now that is spiteful. Well, you know, Fred W. Manzo, if that's true, then Gina Carano ought to sue because, you know, I mean, that is going above and beyond merely terminating her from her position on The Mandalorian. That is dogging her throughout Hollywood and trying to ruin her life. Now, that's a different thing. That's a different thing entirely. Hail, Fred W. Manzo. I am sorry to hear that. God, that is disgusting. That is really, really disgusting. Let's see. I'm scrolling down here. JAFO on the bound with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, JAFO on the bound, who says, hail Inquisition. I managed to secure a pallet's worth of Geode action figures. Still not sure why I found them at Home Depot, though. Oh, I hope you didn't pay money for those. I tell you what, here's a little secret. There are some Star Wars fairies out in everybody's yard. And if you go out in the yard at a certain time, a certain day, and you look around your yard, you will find that more like than not, the Star Wars fairies have left Geo action figures all in your yard, sometimes in your driveway, sometimes in your garden. They are everywhere. The Star Wars fairies love you, and they love Geode. Thank you, JAFO on the bound. I appreciate that super chat, brother. Not another dime, but thank you for the thumbs up super sticker. I really appreciate that, sir. Marked Ashamed with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Marked Ashamed. Says short Disney stocks by AMC. Not a bad idea, man. I don't know, man. Disney has proven that it's not really all that fond of profit. So a company that is not fond of profit, probably you should maybe sell your stock. I don't know. I mean, God knows I'm not a financial guy. I don't play the stock market, know nothing about stocks. Never really want to know about stocks, but I don't know, man. Things are not going their way. And Cardinal Sin says the quarry is full of them, full of those geode action figures, aren't they? Son of a bitch, they really are. Middle Cove Motors with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Middle Cove Motors, who says, am I a bad Trekkie if my favorite captain is Archer? No, you're not a bad Trekkie. I like, I like Captain Archer. I liked Sam Beckett in Quantum Leap. You know, he's a good guy, and I don't blame you for that. I think, I would disagree. I think my favorite captain is Captain Kirk, but nevertheless, you do you, man. It's your thing. Do what you want to do. So don't feel guilty, brother. Don't feel guilty. And speaking of doing our own thing, I want to welcome Chad A to the channel membership. Thank you, Chad. It is great to have you here, brother. Thank you for joining the channel membership. We appreciate your support. And Middle Cove Motors, listen, you're only a bad Trekkie if you like Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Puke Hard. Otherwise, you're just a Trekkie and one of our band of brothers, and we love you, man. We love you. Don't worry about it. Crazier Chris with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Crazier Chris. Says, my father is watching some old Star Trek and was complaining to me, quote, sucks to be red-pilled, doesn't it, unquote. He said, yeah, LOL, this garbage has been infecting longer than most know. That's true. That's true. They are on the march like a bunch of rapacious little army ants. Each one is insignificant and easily squashed, but en masse, they're pretty loathsome things. The Blank Podcast with Ian Slater with a $2 super chat. Thank you, The Blank Podcast with Ian Slater, who says, love your nightly news videos. Hope to see more. More are coming, my friend. They're going to be a regular staple from now on. He is talking, of course, about my pop culture breakdown with Overlord DVD series, which is going to enable me to review a lot more stuff, get a lot more stories out there, expand into covering comics and games and things that right now I can't devote a whole video to because, the algorithm just rips it to shreds. This way, I'll be able to expand the things I cover and bring you guys a lot more entertainment as time goes on. Thank you, The Blank Podcast with Ian Slater. Rover with a $19.99 super chat from the village. Where am I? In the village. What do you want? Information. Whose side are you on? That would be telling. We want information. 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 You won't get it. By hook or by crook, we will. Who are you? The new number 2. Who is number 1? You are number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. Anyway, thank you, Rover. The Prisoner is the best damn show ever made, and I appreciate your name and your avatar. And Rover, thank you for the very generous super chat. And you say, it's Disney for sure. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was the investor call that got that article greenlit. Kathleen Kennedy and Big Bob Chapek got humiliated, and it happened in front of the money. That was the last embarrassing straw. Well, none of us was the one asking. I'll tell you that. None of us was there and asking, and yeah, I don't know why they would be seeking revenge on us. Listen, this is just the hens coming home to roost, As ye sow, so shall ye reap. And I want to say to Andrew Randall in the chat, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew Randall, and many more, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Andrew Randall. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Get out of my helmet. Sorry. Corayone Witched Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Corayone. Says, pretty sure KK is used to being on her knees. Oh, Corayone Witched Residence, you naughty witch in residence. I will not comment on that. I will simply acknowledge it and then move on. Thank you, Corayone Witch in residence, and thank you, Rover. I think you might be right, you know. Maybe, Kathleen Kennedy and Chapek getting those questions in front of the money and the investors' call, that cannot have been pleasant. That cannot have been pleasant. Mr. V with a 5 CHPs. Thank you, Mr. V, for both CHPs. And he says, when you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You are only telling the world that you fear what he might say. And that was a quote from Tyrion Lannister, the imp himself. Thank you, Mr. V, for that lesson, that reminder. Well said, sir. Well said. And 200 Watt Studio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, 200 Watt Studio, who says, how many cans of strawberries? I'll read this as Humphrey Bogart in my helmet. How many cans of strawberries do you think were gone through by Captain Kathleen Quaid Kennedy? I think there was a lot. She says, I prove beyond a shadow of a doubt with geometric logic that indeed the Fandom Menace fans are all ish and phobes. I know now they were only trying to protect their toxic fanboy egos all this time. Yeah, I think she went through 16 cans of strawberries, 200 Watt Studio, 16 cans of strawberries. You got 16 cans, and what do you get? The Disney sequel trilogy. Thumb Ugly with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Thumb Ugly. Says, I look forward to the Star Wars, the Grown Wars ending. Revenge of the Plebs should be awesome. Also, fan movies always have more heart than Hollywood. They absolutely do, sir. They absolutely do. Fans proceed on the basis of love and previous knowledge of the thing that they love. They do not seek to corrupt it. They do not seek to undermine it. They don't seek to recast, gender swap, humiliate the white males in the cast. No, they just want to tell a good story. And so while they lack the funds, they lack the technical skill in a lot of ways to compete with Hollywood. In terms of heart, in terms of love, they have Hollywood's ass kicked 10 ways to Sunday. Thank you, Thumb Ugly. I really appreciate your super chat and your point, sir. MMAC MMAC 7314 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, MMAC. Says, let's hope they don't prelude to Axanar, this Batman fan flick, and others to come, like those crap bags did to Star Trek fan flicks. Well, it's still up and it's gone viral, man. It's got like 2.4 million views. And they also still have the Batman Dead End video, which is, I think, the first one that these people did. I mean, it's the same group of people that did Batman Dead End. That was the one with the alien and the predators at the end. Pretty narratively slight. They just wanted to shoot some cool stuff and have Batman look right. And by God, Batman did look right. But yeah, it was pretty thin, razor thin, but that's been out forever. So I don't think Warner Brothers will be that dumb. I think they'll just let it be, and it's good publicity for Batman. There's certainly no drawback in letting people see it. And the guy's not, monetizing it or anything. So, knock wood. They won't be as sensitive to as CBS was. I think CBS just realized that they could not compete with Prelude to Axanar, and so they had to can it. Otherwise, they would look ridiculous. But I still think Warner Brothers has some good Batman left in them. I don't think the Pattinson thing is going to be good, but the one after, or the one after that, or the one after that, well, we might get some good Batman again, but we'll see. Mark Ashamed with a $20 super chat. Hail Mark Ashamed, who says, speaking of fan films, Games Workshop bought 2 fan-made videos, Astartes and The Death of Hope. They also brought on a Hasbrook exec. So good news and wait and see news? Sounds good to me, yeah. It sounds like, Games Workshop. That's a bunch of a-holes from what I've heard, but maybe they have realized the error of their ways and are investing in some fan films that they're particularly good. I think that's a positive thing, Mark Ashamed. I haven't seen them. And I'm not terribly acquainted with Warhammer 40K, but I gotta say, I think that's a step in the right direction anyway. That would be my guess, huh? Shark Bites Art and Stuff with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shark Bite Art and Stuff, who says they do the Beatdown series on YouTube, and they seem to nail the character, and that guy that played Batman plays his character in all those shoes. Cool. Yeah, I've never seen the Beatdown series, Shark Bites Art and Stuff. So you're saying it's pretty good, huh? I should check that out. Somebody send me a link to the Beatdown series on YouTube. I'd like to check it out if it's pretty good. Sounds good, Shark Bites Art and Stuff. Shadow Persona with a $5 super chat. I already read that one. Thank you, Shadow Persona. Josh Krushke with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Josh. Says, love is Schneider's and Robert Rodriguez's strong suit. Able to honor the source material. Oh, yeah, Robert Rodriguez did a hell of a great job with a Battle Angel. Oh, my God. I'm just totally having Alita, for God's sakes. Yes, I was thinking Anita. It's like, no, it's not Anita. It's Alita. Battle Angel Alita. I think Robert Rodriguez did a hell of a job with that show. I just wish that we would have the sequel. I really need the sequel. Are we going to get it? We need number 2. We need movie number 2, or I have to buy all the manga and read them all, because I really enjoyed that movie. I thought they did a hell of a job. It was very loving tribute to Alita, and very well done. It just seemed like it was just really getting rolling when the credits rolled. And I felt pretty pissed off. Jerry Gord, thank you for the slice of pie. I really appreciate that slice of pie, sir. Hail to Jerry Gord. Let's see. Nicholas Horton with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba, giving a high five and saying, how's it going? It's going good, Bushiba. Are y'all having fun here tonight? I hope you all are, and I'm having a great time, and thank you all for tuning in on this Sunday night for the Inquisition, as you do every Sunday night. And believe me, Gary and I both deeply appreciate it. We deeply appreciate it. Arcadian Twilight with a $5 super chat. Hail Arcadian Twilight, who says, can the major entertainment companies be redeemed out of woke washing everything? Or should we make our own, go indie, and make them go bankrupt? The latter. We should make our own. We should go indie, make them go bankrupt. Unless they start, by God, giving us what we need, giving us some great entertainment that is not woke, that actually respects the fans, not only our investment in their franchise, but also, for fuck's sake, our intelligence. If they're not going to respect our intelligence, if they're not going to respect our franchises, then we have no use for them. Without respect, we reject. Thank you, Arcadian Twilight. And what a great name that is, by the way. It's a great name. Nolly, G-N-O-L-L-Y, Nolly or Nolly with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Nolly, a.k.a. Nolly, who says, so fellas, be honest. Looking at what modern tech can do these days, it's as good as it can get, needing only skill to use. I feel like big budget houses like Disney might be living on borrowed time. I think they are. I think it's only just sinking in. And let me tell you something, the more fans that they drive away from their house, the more they're going to suffer in the long run, because we will never go back. Listen, man, fans have the longest memory in the world. And if a fan goes out the door angry at what, say, Viacom CBS has done, what the Disney Corporation has done, what the BBC has done, chances are they're never going to look back. We hold grudges, folks. We hold grudges, and rightly so. A lot of us were persecuted for our geekiness. We bled for our Greek cred. And I got to tell you, man, we have learned to harbor anger, harbor grudges for our entire lives. So, you think that, they're just going to get over it. Not so much, folks. Not so much. I mean, we can only forgive and turn the other cheek for so many times. And one of these days, Disney's going to wake up and find a huge chunk of their fan base is gone. Underwhelmed by WandaVision, infuriated by what they did to Gina Carano, and God knows what other degradations are coming with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. God help them if they get rid of them. God help them. God help them. Thank you, Nolly. And Darius Munchausen, thank you for the Doomicorn, sir. Greatly appreciated. Bogdan Florin with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Bogdan. You were saying earlier in the chat, and I saw you, sir, saying that you were looking forward to having Doomcock read your super chats with his helmet on. Well, I see 2 £5 super chats from Bogdan Florin right here, and I'm going to read them in my helmeted voice. Bogdan says, with the first super chat, Disney Star Wars can go duck itself. I will not pay 1 penny to watch it or buy any merch until Kathleen Kennedy is publicly fired and Disney CEO apologizes. Hail Bogdan Florin. I wish more people in the Fandom Menace had your stick-to-itness, your resolve, sir. I love it, and I salute it. And Bogdan Florin, also with another £5 super chat. Hail Bogdan. He says, hi, Doomcock. I've been following you since your early days. Your videos are hit and miss with me, but I absolutely loved your Star Trek Lower Decks. Simply genius. Well, thank you, Bogdan. I am very glad. I'm sorry you find some of my videos hit or miss. However, thank you for following me since my early days. I deeply appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Bogdan Florin. And Jordan Gigante, Jordan Gigante, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan says, from one of your Legionnaires, I stand with Gina Carano. I'm delighted to hear that, Jordan. I wish I knew you from your Legionnaire name. However, I don't need to know right now. Drop me a line, though. Let me know which of my Legionnaires is going by the name Jordan Gigante. But I'm glad you stand with Gina Carano. I stand with her as well. She is absolutely an inspiration, and she's driving them insane, those SJW scum. Hail, Jordan, and thank you, sir, for that. Matthew Castellaneta. Matthew Castellaneta with a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, hail, Doomcock and Gary. When the rat bought Star Wars, it merely wanted the pew-pews and the look, then dumped out the enduring tale of redemption. Same goes for Star Trek. The original series should be used to teach ethics and philosophy, as opposed to being perverted by a bunch of feckless character assassins and cultural vandals. cultural effing vandals. Thank you, Matthew Castellaneta. What a great name. What a great name. And Muzzle Velocity says, remember to check out the Superpower Beatdown for Spider-Man versus Darth Maul. There is a surprise cameo in it that you will want to see. Thank you, Muzzle Velocity. I did not know anything about this Superpower Beatdown, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, absolutely looking forward to seeing that. Sounds like a lot of fun. Mr. Millennium. Hail to Mr. Millennium. What a great guy Mr. Millennium is. A talented, wonderful guy. He helped me make one of my best and favorite videos of all time, a tour of Xanadu made out of Legos. Now, I had to pull that down because of the, what do you call it? The COPA stuff with, the government saying, hey, you got to watch that children's programming, et cetera, and so on. Well, it certainly wasn't for kids, but it was awful kid-friendly with Lego, so I wanted to remove it so I didn't get fined, $34,000 or some shit like that. But the man who made that is Mr. Millennium. He's right here. And with this $10 super chat, thank you, brother. He says, Hail, Inquisitors. My liege, I finally finished the pictures of your new fortress. Should I write a story and tour to tie it all together or just send them your way? Oh, I would love to see a story and a tour written, Mr. Millennium, and then send me the whole kit and caboodle. I cannot wait to see it. Absolutely cannot wait to see it. Thank you, Mr. Millennium. You are a very talented man and a good friend, and I deeply, deeply appreciate you. Kevin Ian Common with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kevin Ian Common, who says, Hail. I have spent more time in live streams all weekend than actual TV. Legacy media feels threatened by schmucks with mics. That's punk rock. Damn right, man. In a way, I and Gary are kind of like Sid Vicious in the Sex Pistols, kind of upending the establishment with our homegrown take on things. Yeah. You might say that the Fandom Menace is kind of like a form of punk rock. I like that. Kevin Ian Common, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for that idea. Oh, yeah, man, antichrista. Oh, yeah, man, an artista. Manliness and motivation with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Manly One. Says, I can recommend Arch Enemy with Joe Manganiello. Interesting take on superheroes, minimally woke, done with decent writing and a small budget. Well, thank you, Manliness and Motivation. Arch Enemy with Joe Manganiello. I am copying that and pasting it into a browser here. And I will investigate further Manliness and Motivation a little later on after I have done with this. All right, here we go. Arch Enemy. Looks very interesting. And it's a live action thing too, not anime. Very interesting. So it's a movie. Very good. A teen meets a mysterious man who claims he lost his superpowers after arriving from another dimension. Together they take to the streets to wipe out a vicious crime boss and his local drug syndicate. And it was initially released in Saudi Arabia, December 10th, 2020. Interesting. And it's got Joe Manganiello, Elijah Wood, Nick Manganiello, and Lisa Whalen. Sounds good, man. Thank you for the tip. I will absolutely check it out. Thank you, sir. All right, let's see. And Bogdan Florin with a £5 super chat. Thank you again, Bogdan Florin, who says, just you wait. Next year, Superman will be a Black, Asian, Indian, transgender, pansexual, it-thing robot dressed in a rainbow costume with pink and green hair. Hey, Wendy Webb, it is good to see you. I see that Wendy Webb has just popped in, and it is a delight to hear from you, my dear. How are you feeling? How are you hanging in? She's been having a hard time. She was hit by a car. She's been having multiple surgeries, been in the hospital, but I tell you what, It's wonderful to have you here, Wendy. We love you, and thank you for popping in. You always brighten up the chat here when you pop in, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy Webb. Let's see. And thank you, Bogdan Florin, again. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael Beacom, who says, Overlord DVD, unrelated, but will you watch Darby O'Gill this week? Good Irish lore, done well, and reminds us of why the name Disney used to matter. I've never seen Darby O'Gill. I might go ahead and try and take a look at it if I have enough time before Wednesday. I am doing a St. Patrick's Day live stream Wednesday afternoon, probably in the vicinity of around 3 o'clock. So hopefully you guys will join us for that. We'll be singing some Irish songs and just hanging out and reflecting on the green and just having a good time drinking and goofing off and having a little fun, blowing off a little steam. Hope you guys can join us for that. Absolutely. Let's see. Thank you, Michael Beacom. I will try to watch Darby O'Gill, sir. I will absolutely try to give it a shot here. Timothy Wolf with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Timothy. Says, well, with my high society language, F them. I support you guys. In the end, it will bite them in the ass. Thank you for your amazing content. Thank you, Timothy Wolf. And I agree with what you said, F them. F them up the wazoo, Timothy Wolf. Thank you, sir, for that super chat. And Douglas A. Burton with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douglas A. Burton, who says, the fandom should make its own pop culture award ceremony. With the death of the Oscars, and it is dead as a doornail, frankly, we'll need to fill the void for quality-based awards. I like it. I like it. It sounds good to me, Douglas A. Burton. Maybe we'll come up with some kind of award show. I think that would be a lot of fun. It would be good to counter-program the Oscars. I would absolutely love that. And yes, we have 2,000 likes on this live stream. Mary Stone, thank you for pointing that out. That's a wonderful thing. You guys are the best. And I really hope you guys are having fun because I'm having a blast here. Let's see. Thank you, Douglas A. Burton. Cannell's oddly shaped member that is also small says, thank you both for all that you do, and hail Harvey.
And last, a proper salute from somebody out there in the chat. I thought it was a forgotten Eldritch God, but I appreciate it. Cannell's oddly shaped member that is also small.
Thank you, sir, for that super chat. And Kit Kat, thank you for the director's chair super sticker. I wish I had one in real life. I used to have one. I don't know, it got destroyed or something. Thank you so much for that, Kit Kat. I really appreciate it. And Douglas A. Burton with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douglas, again, sir. Yes, maybe the Doomies. Marco Antonio Checa Funke. Maybe we could have the Doomies. The Doomcock Awards. A special edition of the Inquisition. That could be a lot of fun. Give them the Doomies. Yeah, the trophy would be a middle finger. It would be a lot of fun. Anyway, Douglas A. Burton says, I always thought, I already read that one. Thank you, Douglas. The Legion of Reason with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Legion of Reason, says, NFLD, the NFL, tried double and a half DST so people wouldn't be watching NHL playoff games till the wee hours. Needless to say, it didn't last. The NFL tried double and a half DST so people wouldn't be watching NHL playoff games till the wee hours. Needless to say, it didn't last. Well, I really don't know a lot about that Legion of Reason, so I'm just gonna say thank you for the super chat, and yeah, I don't even know what DST is. Downloadable Star Trek, downloadable sports time. I don't know, man. Hey, brother, thank you for the super chat. That's Newfoundland. Newfoundland. Try double and a half DST. What is DST? Legion of Reason. What do you mean by that? Try double and a half DST so people wouldn't be watching NHL playoff games till the wee hours. I'm a little mystified by that, but thank you, sir, for that. And Owen Jones with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you. Oh, daylight savings time. Thank you. Try double and a half daylight savings time so people wouldn't be watching NHL playoff games till the wee. Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you, Legion of Reason. I was totally like, woo! You blew my mind there. Thank you, sir. Thank you for explaining subsequently. I would have been agonizing over that all night. I would have been like, what the hell is he talking about? What was he talking about? Owen Jones with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Owen Jones. Says, what about the Wheel of Time series coming from Amazon? The author's wife is heavily involved. The showrunner is a longtime fan, and the author that finished the series said very good things. That one might come out clean. Well, I hope so. I hope so, Owen Jones. I've heard good things about Wheel of Time. I've heard various people saying, no, this is going to be fine. They're doing it right. Other people are saying, oh my God, it got so woke, they're going to ruin it. Only time will tell, Owen Jones, but we will see. We will see. Thank you for that very generous super chat, my friend. And, knock wood, I hope it's going to be okay. I hope it's going to be okay. We need more okay stuff in our lives. Paul Hickey with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Paul Hickey, for that. He says, just grabbed the Looney Tunes Golden Collection 1 through 6, Popeye and Tex Avery cartoons off of Amazon. Got to get the physical media while you can. Thank you, Paul Hickey. Well done, sir. Well done. You're going to love that Looney Tunes Golden Collection. It is some great stuff. Man, that's some good stuff. Thank you, Paul Hickey, and congrats, man. Tex Avery stuff. Some of the best cartoons out there. Wolf Ulfric with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Wolf. Says, convince me that China has not won in the culture war, that we are not blindly following culture into their arms and the American society will live. Well, I tell you, Wolf, that's one of the battles we're fighting. That's one of the things that we are struggling to fix. And, that's why we're not shutting up. That's why we're sounding the alarm to whoever will listen as loud as we possibly can, Wolf. They have not won yet, but it is a threat. We have to be vigilant. We have to be resolute. We have to not allow them to dictate our culture to us by buying up everything, exerting undue influence in the studios. We've got to hold the line. We've got to remember who we are, what our values are, and why we care about our culture, because they're out to destroy and take over whatever they can. Matt G with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Matt G. Says, like, OMG, Doomcock, it's moonlight savings time. As if. Moonlight savings time, daylight savings time. Regardless, man, it's killing me. It's killing me. Oh, when I woke up this morning and it was like already past noon, I was so disheartened. It's just, and Sundays are busy for me, getting prepared for this show and everything. And it's just such an oppressive feeling, just starting out, under the gun right away. It just sucks, man. It just sucks so bad. Andrew Hopper with a $5 super chat. Hail, Andrew. Says, love Michelle Yeoh. She deserved better. On a bright note, Streets of Laredo is my new favorite song. Oh, thank you, Andrew Hopper. I appreciate that. I sang that song for our dear friend Mark C., who has passed. He passed this week. And it was the best song that I could think to sing to a fallen ally and comrade. And I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it, Andrew. I'm sure I'll do it again on Friday Night Frolics and maybe make it all the way through the song without getting choked up. Because, man, that was a hard loss. It was a very hard loss. Amateur Anth with a $5 super chat. Thank you. With more politically incorrect humor. So I'm just warning you, if you're triggered by politically incorrect humor, Amateur Anth has got your number here. He says, just a friendly reminder. Congrats to George Floyd. He's been drug-free for over 10 months. So there you go. Thank you, Amateur Anth, for your too soon, politically incorrect joke. Anti-Derivative Jill with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill, who says, I love all pre-2005 Trek and can confirm I am apathetic about any new Kurtzman Trek except for the hope that Paramount executives soon realize what a money-burning dumpster fire it is and finally puts it out of its misery. That day, my friends, that day, when that happens, I will absolutely be dancing in the street. I will be having a live stream celebration, the likes of which the world has never known. That day, the bells will peal, the doves will take to the air, and everything will be right in the world again. Mark my words. And now I would like to read out this incredibly generous $200 super chat from WG. From WG, hail to you, WG. Thank you, sir. You are a producer on tonight's show. I want to thank you, WG, from the bottom of my heart for this very generous $200 super chat. It is greatly appreciated, my friend. And he says, hail DC. I've been visiting my favorite sci-fi-centric rock groups recently. I say the best is Blue Oyster Cult, and I'll fight anyone who disagrees. Please form an orderly line out back. A close second is Rush, then Yes, and Iron Maiden. What are your favorites? Sci-fi-centric rock groups, huh? Shit. Well, I would definitely say Blue Oyster Cult would be my number one favorite. No doubt about it. I think Rush is up there. Iron Maiden did that incredibly cool Prisoner song. Yes, I'm not really acquainted with Yes's sci-fi centricity. I would also like Kraftwerk. Tour de France, calling occupants of interplanetary craft. You know, those kind of techno things. Also, I would say Zig Zig Sputnik. Does anybody remember Zig Zig Sputnik? And my favorite horror-centric bands, I would say the Cramps, for sure. The Cramps would be my number one favorite, kind of spooky-centric rock group. The Cramps and Blue Oyster Cult for sci-fi. Well said, WG. Thank you. I wish I had more to contribute to you. Actually, you know what? I do have one more suggestion. Now, they are not specifically a sci-fi centric rock group. However, I would point out that their I Want to See You Belly Dance album by the Red Elvises has two great sci-fi songs on it, Rocket Man and 200 Flying Girls. So WG, I would definitely encourage you to check those out. And also, if you like sci-fi rock, you might want to check out Jeff Lynne's War of the Worlds double album with Justin Hayward singing Forever Autumn on it, and it was narrated by Richard Burton. You don't get better than that, WG. You just don't get better than that. That is fantastic. All right, let's see. I'm trying to get jumped on me. Hold on just a sec here. Let's see. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill, for that very generous $20 super chat. Thank you again, WG, for your incredibly generous super chat, sir. Greatly appreciated. Oliver Klossov with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Says Lucasfilm and Disney just made Gina a martyr. Yes, they did. And that is why she is going to win. That is why she's going to win. Would you guys in the chat, I would like to see in the chat, would you like me to leave my helmet on, or would you like me now to take my helmet off? I've had it on a while. What do you guys think about it? Let's say type in H for helmet on. H for helmet on, or O for off. What do you guys think? Stellar Heather would like me to take my helmet off. Ben Frail, take it off, take it off. H for helmet on. H for helmet on, off, on, H off. Keep it on, take it off please, says Kit Kat. Helmet on. Boy, it's pretty evenly split. I tell you what, I'll take it off for now, and we will put it back on here shortly. All right? Here we go. Hold on a sec.
All righty. And we are back. And it looked like it was a pretty even split, so I have gone ahead and taken the helmet off for now. I might go ahead and put it on for a little bit more at the end of this. But yeah, let's have it off for a while here. Let's take it off. Give it a break here. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. Thank you, Andrew Oliver Klossov. I agree. Gina is a martyr now, and they are responsible for it. And Melissa Lord with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Melissa. Says, I'm sure, DC, you remember the day they fired Gina. I said, R.I.P. Mando. The rat killed Din Djarin, but is the Favreau-Filoni verse dead? I hope not. I hope not too, Melissa Lord. I really do. I really wish Jon Favreau all the success in the world. The guy is clearly on our side. I think Filoni is as well. I hope they're going to carry on. But I do have a report on what Jon Favreau was planning with these other series, particularly in regard to Gina Carano, which is now not going to work, which is, I think, maybe why it got leaked to me. But I will be making a video about that sometime this week, folks. Sometime this week. Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate you. Legends of the Brave Bard by C.T. Janes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. C.T. Janes, he says, book 3 of my smutty fantasy series comes out on March 15th. Mad Love, Doomy and Gary. Hail to Legends of the Brave Bard by C.T. Janes. This is not a series I've ever heard of, but shoot me a link, man. C.T. Janes, shoot me a link at dictorvandooncock@gmail.com, and yeah, I'd like to take a look at it, man. All right, I got to drink some water here. Hold on a sec. And Jesus is my King 68 in the chat says, but Favreau is fighting a tough battle. Yeah, he is, man. He is under the gun. But I've heard rumors that he's fighting back, and I hope that they're true. I hope he doesn't abandon the Star Wars. If he does, then everything is bad. Everything's gone. Thank you, sir. And congratulations on putting out book 3 of your smutty fantasy series. That is absolutely awesome. And Kit Kat, thank you for the £5 super chat. Actually, super sticker, Kit Kat, of a very lovely lady winking and blowing hearts and saying you're number one. Thank you so much, Kit Kat. Thank you so much for that. And Eric K with a $4.99 super sticker of a pumpkin pear saying, keep it up. Thank you, Eric K. Sir, I appreciate you very, very much. I am going to try to keep it up here. Absolutely. Marked Ashamed with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Marked. Says the Death of Hope, a Horus Heresy fan film now officially adopted by Games Workshop. Maybe they are coming along. Maybe they're just coming along. A little late, maybe a little too late, marked Ashamed. But at least they are starting to acknowledge fans again, starting to care about the way that Warhammer 40K is being received. And maybe they're retracing their steps, realizing that, they are not going to prosper if their fans bail on them. That would be a major victory if they backed away from the woke brink of the SJW abyss, stepped back into the realm of sanity. That would be a win for us all, don't you think? Thank you, marked Ashamed. Rambo Stein with a $5 super chat. Hail Rambo Stein, who says, Hail Doomcock. 1984 was required reading for us in school. Why is it not so anymore? Maybe they don't want an informed populace. Maybe they would rather not have the public, the kids, thinking about how totalitarians take over and destroy our lives. Maybe that's in the playbook. Maybe they're planning it. God only knows. God only knows, Rambo Stein. But I tell you what, when I take over the world, 1984 will again be absolutely required reading in school, without a doubt. Hail Rambo Stein, and thank you for that super chat. And along the same lines, Digi Akuma with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma, says we should also add Fahrenheit 451 to reading with 1984. Hear, hear. Absolutely. Book burning is never a good thing. And anyone that is burning books or suppressing your speech is not on your side, Digi Akuma. Thank you, sir, for that. And also, again, thank you, Rambo Stein. This with a $5 super chat. This. Thank you, sir, for that. He says, do you think that Viacom now owns Garfield? That it will help Paramount Plus? No. I think Nicholas Horton, I think this. I think it would take a lot more than Garfield to help Paramount Plus at this point. I mean, they've lost Star Trek. They completely lost Star Trek. And I mean, that's a blow that Paramount will probably never recover from. And it's well deserved. They deserve everything they get on that. Everything they get, every bit of suffering they deserve. Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Susan. Says more great sci-fi from the likes of Farscape, Lex, and Stargate, SG-1, and Atlantis. What specifically are you talking about, Susan Dolan? Are you still in the chat? Let me know. Which of the shows we were talking about that you say is more great sci-fi from the likes of Farscape, Lex, and Stargate? I can't quite recall what we were talking about a few hours back. But thank you, Susan Dolan, for the super chat. And if you're out in the chat, just call it to my attention at Overlord DVD and just maybe say which was the sci-fi show you were referencing there. Let's see. Arakeen77 with a $3 super chat. Thank you, Arakeen. Says, hail. And I'm so tired of this malarkey. I am too. I am absolutely sick to death of this shit. Thank you, Arakeen77, for saying that. That's how I feel. I feel like that every damn day. Spock 128 with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Spock, help me Spock, help me Spock. He says, hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic and wampum for Harvey.
Wampum, fabulous, wampum. Thank you, Spock 128. Help me Spock. I already did that. Oh, sorry. Hail Spock 128.
Hail to you. Aren't you in Barcelona? I think you're in Spain, aren't you? How are things in Spain, Spock 128? Or am I mistaken? Am I completely confused? I might be. It's late. And there has been a certain amount of drinking being done here. Just so you guys know. Little bit of a scotch called Shieldaig, Shielddaig, Shieldaig, single malt Scotch whiskey, 12 years, space side. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. I think I have a little bit, just a little bit more, a little tiny bit more. You know, we're talking among ourselves. We're having a good time. Might as well have a little wee bit of a nightcap before we wrap up here. I'm raising my glass to all of you guys. Cheers to you all in the chat. Thank you for joining us on the Inquisition on Sunday. Hope to see you also on Wednesday for my St. Patrick's Day live stream, and also consider checking out Friday Night Frolics on Friday, because do a lot of comedy, songs, and crazy stuff over there. It's a lot of fun. Hope you guys will check it out. Cheers. Thank you, Spock 128. Anti-Derivative Jill with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill, who says, Doomcock, you can officially do a better Picard impression than Patrick Stewart. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. I appreciate that. Engage, Mr. Wolf, engage. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. At this point, I think Picard is forfeit to Patrick Stewart. He ran the character into the ground and violated him so viciously. He should never be allowed to do Picard again. Just straight up. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill, for your faith in me. It might be misplaced faith, but I appreciate it very, very much. Anti-Derivative Jill, you're a great woman. Thank you. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. And Culture Casino has volunteered to come to Vegas, meet us in Vegas if we go. So I look forward to that. I'll hold you to that, man. I'll hold you to that if we go. Philip A. DeMick with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Philip. Says, is it too late to have a victory convention in an adjacent casino and invite Vic Mignogna? VicCon. Probably, man. These things take a long time to set up. A long time to set up, Philip A. DeMick. And yeah, I think we probably couldn't. But yeah, look, if Vic Mignogna is not welcome somewhere, I don't think we should be welcome somewhere either. To hell with that. The guy's a great guy. He did some of the best damn Star Trek that's been done since the original series. I'm talking about Star Trek Continues, which is absolutely fantastic. Hail to Vic Mignogna, and to hell with all those assholes that have been keeping him down. And good night, Father Dope. Thank you for being here. And Anti-Derivative Jill says, you're welcome, and I stand by it. You are very kind, my dear. Thank you so much, Jill. You are awesome. And Latino Slant with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Latino Slant, who says, X them, not to be confused with Latinx men. Latinx men, X them. That's very witty, Latino Slant. Very witty. X them. Yes, that's what's coming. X them. Oh, thank you very much, Kit Kat. I appreciate it. You're very kind. Thank you very much. I don't think I do. Nearly as good a Picard as I do Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. To boldly go where no man has gone before. But I digress. Thank you, Latino Slant. X them, not to be confused with Latinx men. Both of which are horrible, horrible titles. And Jimmy Soul, talking about great guys. Hail to Jimmy Soul with a $5 super chat. One of my Legionnaires. Hail, Jimmy. And Jimmy says, hail. If you don't have it, check out the Govee Immersion TV backlighting system. It's great. It changes colors adapting with what's on the screen. Holy crap. Well, that's super cool. Govee Immersion TV backlighting system. I'm copying and pasting. Not like I have money to spare to do that, but still, it's something I'd like to look at anyway. Govee Immersion. Holy shit. Wow. I wonder how the hell it like senses what's on the screen. Oh, it looks like it has maybe a little sensor that's looking down. Wow. Wow, that's cool. It's only $64.79. Wow. Well, that might be cool to get, man. Thank you for calling my attention. I've never seen that before. That's super cool. Thank you, Jimmy Soul. That is a neat idea. God bless you, Jimmy. Nunya Art with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nunya Art, who says, quote, "You guys are a symbol that we don't need to be afraid of scum like the corporate media." Paraphrasing The Dark Knight. Thank you, Nunya Art. We are proud to stand up and show you guys that indeed there is life post corporation, and there is also life post speaking out, which I think is very, very important to remember. Thank you, Nunya Art. And Jimmy Soul says it has a 1080p camera looking down at the screen, and it's on Amazon for $71.99. Super cool, man. Super cool. Damn. That might be really cool. I like that idea. Have to check that out, man. Thank you so much. Let's see. And Basil, the musical in Pumpin' Seagull, with a $2 super chat, just saying, I don't care. Sorry, Basil. Sorry if I missed that one. I was trying to read your super chats there before Gary left. I'm sorry if I didn't see that one, but we got to get you to care, man. We got to get you to care again. Not caring is no way to go through life. Not even for a pumpin' and musical seagull. BK0271 with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, BK0271, who says, "Hail Doomcock. Have you heard anything on the latest efforts to get Netflix to pick up rights to Legend of the Seeker? Would love to see Bridget Regan and Tabaret Bethel reprise their roles." No, BK, I have not heard a single thing about it. I've not heard a whisper of it. But I think that would be a cool thing to do. I would like them to do that. I thought Legend of the Seeker is a pretty good show, man. I haven't watched all of it by any means, but I did watch some, and I had resolved, it's like, man, I need to watch that from start to finish because it seemed like a damn good show. Had some really hot chicks on it, as I recall. BK0271. Yeah, listen, man, I'm all about getting canceled shows picked up on other networks. You know, I would really love it if somebody would pick up The Expanse now that Amazon is canceled it after the next season. Good show. I mean, it kind of went wrong this year, but in general, I still have a lot of love and faith in what they say. And yeah, I would like more Expanse. Even though I felt like they kind of let us down this season, I would love more Expanse. I really want it. Anti-Derivative Jill with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill, who says Kalinda Vasquez is writing the new Star Trek movie, and she wrote for STD. Exactly, Anti-Derivative Jill. She says, I hope this never makes it to production. Oh, Christ almighty, please, Lord, don't let them make another Star Trek movie. Not with Bad Robot and not with Kalinda Vasquez, who wrote for Star Trek Discovery. Star Trek Discovery stinks so bad. Oh, God. Please, no. Please, no. That's all I can say is please, no. And Father Dope, who was heading out a little earlier, but decided to stay with us, which I'm very glad about. Hail, Father Dope. He says, you hear about the Bosch spinoff DC starring Bosch? So how is it a spinoff? Oh my God. I've watched every episode of Bosch. I like Bosch. But why is there a need for a spinoff series? Are they going back in time? Is it young Bosch? Are they going forward in time? It's going to be old man Bosch. The old man Bosch, he ain't what he used to be, ain't what he used to be. Holy shit, I don't know. Mary Stone is saying, I super chatted before, but my message was hidden. I don't know. It's a weird like bug or something going on with YouTube. Mary Stone, just type out what you typed here in the regular chat, and I will read it for you. Just call my attention to it, call it out to @Overlord DVD, and I will be happy to go ahead and read that for you if YouTube gobbled it up for you. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. I hope it never makes it to production. Matt N with a $4.99 super chat. Hail, Matt N. He says, for the Doom Coffers, stay angry, brothers. We are absolutely always angry, Matt. I'll tell you a secret. I never stop being angry, just like the Hulk. And Tupac Shakur in the chat here says, my friend just finished wrapping Loki. I have some details I will relay to Overlord DVD. Oh, please, Tupac Shakur, send me those tips, man. Send me that stuff. It is at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com, Tupac Shakur. dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. Stellar Heather or Lori Wilson, you awesome wrenches. Would you please put my email address in the chat here so that Tupac Shakur can shoot me there? Shoot me that info. And Father Dope says, LMAO, same Bosch, Titus Welliver, who I love, and his daughter, and I think the rest of the cast too, LOL. Why not just continue Bosch? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that is a weird question, man. That is the question, and I don't know the answer. I wish I did. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. How are you, brother? Hail, Mexican Iron Man. It's great to see you. Oliver Klosov with a $2 super chat saying for at Bionic Belly Button Fan Club. Didn't know she had one, but thank you, sir, for that $2 super chat. I guess you're enlisted. Thank you for that, Oliver. Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Susan, for this super chat. And Susan says, I went to Chicago TARDIS 3 years running at the Westin Hotel in Yorktown. Saw Paul McGann, Gareth David Lloyd, Janet Fielding, and Peter Davison. Oh, that is so cool, Susan. That is so cool. That is one of the sad things, isn't it, Susan? That will you ever go again after what they did with the Timeless Children, destroying the legacy of the Time Lords, turning the Doctor into a freak that was murdered over and over and over and over and over again as a kid? Are you ever going to be able to go back and enjoy it? I don't know. And Stellar Heather says, and Titus Welliver collects toys and figures. I did not know that. Did you know that Titus Welliver does some really good impressions? Titus Welliver is really, really good at impressions. He was appearing on, oh God, what is his name? Kevin Pollak. Kevin Pollak has like a kind of a talk show on YouTube, kind of like a podcast on video. And he has all these great guests on. He has had Titus Welliver on several times, and Titus Welliver comes on and does a hell of a great Christopher Walken. Does some really good impressions. You wouldn't guess it, but Titus Welliver is actually a pretty funny guy. How weird, huh? Thank you, Susan Dolan. I hope that you will be able to attend Chicago TARDIS again someday, that your enthusiasm for Doctor Who is not ruined. And yeah, I'm sorry, man. They've just destroyed it. They've just destroyed Doctor Who. It's so sad. Sooty Thunder with a $9.99 super chat of Perfect Inverted Evil. Thank you, Sooty Tiger. Sooty Thunder, excuse me. I slip of the lip here. And Sooty Thunder says, I have given up on pretty much all modern day entertainment and turned my back on it in its entirety. I am reading books that the most recent one is 110 years old. Boy. So Sooty Thunder, you are reading literature at this point. Well done, Sooty Thunder. I like people that are literate. It makes me happy. Fills me with optimism for the future of humanity. That's outstanding, Sooty Thunder. Thank you, sir, for that super chat. And Kit Kat Thank you for the 3-pound super sticker of the thumbs up, a lady's thumb up. Ooh, thumbs going up saying top. You're the top, you're the Tower of Pisa, you're the smile on the Mona Lisa. Thank you, Kit Kat, very, very much for that super sticker. And Crazy Cat Guy, thank you, sir, for your super sticker of Bushiba waving bye-bye. Well, we're not going yet. We still got some more super chats here, and I'm having too much fun. I poured myself a little bit of a extra nightcap here, so we're sticking around for a little while longer. Crazy Cat Guy. But good night to you, my friend, if you are heading to bed, and thank you for that super sticker. And Piano Dean, hail to the Piano Dean. Sing us a song, you're the Piano Dean, with a $5 super chat. And he says, Doomcock, my favorite supervillain. I have a new parody song all ready to record. It will drop just before Orville Season 3. Very excited about it. Thank you, Piano Dean. That is outstanding, sir. Congratulations. I look forward to hearing it when it comes out. And yeah, that is super, super damn cool. I tell you what, I actually have a little song here that I do with Harvey. It's a parody of the Those Were the Days, and I call it That Was the Way, and it's about our pop culture that's gotten sidelined. And Harvey, will you join me for this one?
Hell, you're gonna make me sing the Edith Bunker part, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. Well, hey, wampum's wampum.
You're right. Here we go. That was the way. Lucas made Star Wars so great.
Star Trek always was top rate.
Before the snowflakes brought their hate. That was the way.
And you knew who Luke was then.
Now men are girls and girls are men. Mister, we could use a man like Captain Kirk here again. Didn't need no pronoun twits.
Cancel culture woke half-wits. Gee, they've turned it all to shit. That was the way. Doctor Who, he had a dick. Now Mikey Spock just makes you sick. Mister, we could push the button and end it all pretty quick. Potato Head's a neutered spud. Kennedy's a useless dud. G.R. Kurtzman turned it to crud. That's not the way.
Those were the days. That was the way. Just a little song parody there. I thought y'all would get a kick out of. All right, let's see. Piano Dean, can't wait to see your song parody there. Kit Kat with a 3-pound super sticker of the pair, giving a thumbs up there. Thank you, Kit Kat. I appreciate that very, very much, my friend. And Chad A, welcome to the channel membership. Chad A, we really, really appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you, Radicalized Ryan, for those applause in the chat. I appreciate that. Nolly with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nolly. Says, thoughts on anthologies? Not unlike Love, Death, and Robots. Couple mil on some little guys and 45 minutes to do whatever they want. Could be fun. Absolutely. Could be very fun. I like anthologies. I've not actually seen Love, Death, and Robots. It's in my queue, but I would love to check that out. And yeah, I think it's a great idea. You know, it gives more filmmakers a chance to develop their craft, to contribute to, you know, the franchises that we love in a respectful way. I think it's a great idea, and I totally support it. Totally support it. Thank you, Laszlo Panaflex. I appreciate that. Edith would be proud, Harvey. You hear that? Cali Dude 80 says, Edith would be proud.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's It's a pretty good song. I like that song. You did a good job on that one, Doomcock.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. Mexican Iron Man with a $25 super chat. Hail, Mexican Iron Man, says, what a weekend. Ups and downs. My Lord, as the days and weeks ahead arrive, let us keep sharp eye on those that destroy our beloved stories, but let's invest every day in getting closer to one another and cherishing time together. Hail. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. I will absolutely drink to that. I will absolutely drink to that. I raise my glass and say cheers to you, Mexican Iron Man. Yes, let's invest every day in getting closer to one another and cherishing time together, because we never know how long we've got left. I thought I had a lot more time with our dear friend Mark C. After his diagnosis, we thought we had more time. We thought it was a slow-moving thing, that they were going to get him in on some experimental treatments. I was devastated to learn he was gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. So, well said, Mexican Iron Man, and cheers, brother. Cheers. Drink them if you got them, folks. Ah, damn, that's heartbreaking. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. Cheers, brother.
Here's looking at you, kid. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine.
I just want to say I didn't know who this Mark C was, but sounded like an upright kind of guy that'd keep his lawn neat, go ahead and clean out his gutters, and not take any guff from the local school board about taxes. He was all of those things, Hank. He was all of those things. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. And Film Lars with a 200 Danish kroners. I believe that's what those are. Thank you, Film Lars. How are you, Film Lars? He says, hail, Doomcock. Fuck 2021. Let's build a time machine and go back to the 80s where movies were awesome. Oh, man. Can you imagine having a summer of movies like we used to have in the 80s? Holy shit, man. Those are some of the best damn summers human beings ever had in their lives. Good God. Like 1983? All the great movies that came out that year? Oh, man. We will never see anything like that again, will we? We will never, ever see anything like that again. Never again. Thank you, Film Lars. If you build that time machine, I'm on board. You just let me know when it's ticking and ready to go. I will step on that sucker, man. We will go and have some fun. We'll watch some great movies, man. Thank you, Film Lars. Mr. Coffee Talks with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Coffee Talks. Says, hail, Doomcock. Disney Star Wars sucks. Bad Robot Star Trek sucks. At least Stargate is still untainted. And R.I.P. Cliff Simon. Yes, sir. The great Cliff Simon, Gwald from Stargate. He was cool, man. We're losing too many good people. Losing too many good people, that's for sure. 2021 has not been the respite from suffering that I hoped it would be. It seems to me just a shit. It's like that song goes, you know, second verse, same as the first. It sucks just as bad as 2020. Damn near as bad, but maybe it'll rally. Maybe it'll rally, but oh my God, the number of losses we've had this year are just awful, man. Just awful. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Coffee Talks, for that super chat. TK Not at Post with a $20 super chat. Hail, TK Not at Post. Good to see you, my friend. It's been a while. How have you been? TK Not at Post says, hail, my lord. I got here late. I will have to watch the full show later. However, I know I will enjoy it. So here is a super chat. Thank you, TK Knotted Post. Very kind of you to support the channel and support our efforts. And man, means a lot. Thank you so very much. I want to say very quickly here before we go on, I've been thinking a lot about my friend Naru Taki-kun. I have not heard from Naru Taki-kun, gosh, in months, like since before Halloween. And I miss him, and I'm a little worried about him. So if any of you guys out there know Naru Taki-kun, or if Naru Taki-kun is lurking and listening, I just want you to know, man, thinking about you and hope you're doing okay. And yeah, drop me a line or something. Let me know how you're doing. Okay. These days, man, when you don't hear from somebody for a long time, you start to get a little worried. So I just wanted to send that out there to him. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says the attack on pop culture is politicizing people who never cared about politics before. The reaction to this will be a cultural tsunami. I hope so, Kit Kat. I really hope so. Because, I would really like our entire civilization to convulse in a reaction against this horrible invasion of wokeness. You talk about a cultural tsunami, Kit Kat. I would really hope that the body politic of our civilization would convulse and get chills and thrash and cast off this wokeness like it would a virus, like a virus. Sweat it out, attack it, get it out of our bodies forever. Because this shit is horrible. And I'm not talking about equality. I'm not talking about equal rights. Of course I stand for all of those things. Who doesn't? We all do. This woke stuff, this cultural vandalism, this trying to rewrite our entire civilization and all of us with it. That's what I'm fighting against. That's what I'm fighting against. Thank you, Kit Kat, for that. I really appreciate that. Tupac Shakur with a $5 super chat, returned from the grave. Hail, Tupac Shakur, who says, hail Overlord VHS. Referring earlier chat, Lucas joining YouTube, he would quickly become a co-conspirator in these racist class of 2021 hit pieces. You think so? You think he would? You think they'd attack George Lucas, or are you saying that George Lucas would rally against us and attack us? Be interesting, Tupac Shakur. Interesting. And Tupac Shakur says, I hear you, Doomcock. I'm in the hot tub, sweating out the woke ads and programming I saw this week. Good man. Good man. Get it out of your system. It'll help you. It'll help you. Thank you, Tupac Shakur, for that $5 super chat. And yeah, probably. It's probably better if he just stays off, I got to tell you. And Chad A with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Chad A. Says, I need you to read my email, Lord Doomcock. Chad, what is your handle? What name should I look in the emails for you? Please let me know in the chat what name you're known by in the emails so that I can track it down and look at it, okay? Hail, Chad A. I will try to read your email. Just tell me what your name is in the emails and I'll try to check it out. A common idiot with a $20 super chat. There's nothing common about you, sir, nor are you an idiot. However, I thank you for this very generous super chat. Hail to you. And a common idiot says, hail. 2 years ago, I went through the worst breakup of my life at Christmas time. I found your live stream and you helped me more than you know. I usually stay quiet, but wanted to say thank you. You and Gary are awesome. Thanks again. Oh man, you're very, very welcome. A common idiot. You're very welcome. It does my heart good to know that we were there to help you. You know, it really does. I was having some sleep issues and having some trouble. And I was talking to a therapist about it. And I was also telling this therapist that, I've got a lot of folks that are sending me messages and emails every day, friends that I value, and there's no way I can respond to them all. And I'm overwhelmed with guilt and feeling very bad about it, that I let people down and fail every single day because I can't keep up with it. And that person told me, why don't you just send out a prayer and an intention in the universe that when people really need you, you'll notice and you'll respond and you'll be there for them. And when I get a message like this, that around Christmas time, when you're going through the worst breakup of your life, and found my live stream and it helped you, it just, that really means a lot to me, because that means, you know what? That time, that day, that prayer came true, and I was around when you really needed me, and that makes me feel very happy. Thank you, sir, for sharing that. I definitely appreciate that. And Oliver Klossov with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Oliver Klossov. Says, Overlord DVD, love to listen on your live chats. You keep up the fight. Thank you, Oliver Klossov. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for listening. Otherwise, I'd just be an idiot just sitting here jabbering to myself, just jabbering to myself. So thank you for listening. It's kind of like if I was drinking alone, I'd be an alcoholic, that y'all are out there drinking with me. It helps. It helps. Let's see. And Joshua Calkins with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Joshua. Says, you and Gary warned me that Star Trek Picard would be like STD. Oh, it was absolutely guaranteed, Joshua. Absolutely guaranteed. I hope you didn't watch too much of it. I hope it didn't pollute your love of the Next Generation, because I got to tell you, it's impacted mine. It's really hard for me to even look at Patrick Stewart anymore. And that's a sad thing, because he was my favorite on there with along with Data and Patrick Stewart. I thought that was Star Trek, the Next Generation for me. And now, it's lost to me. It's lost to me. Oliver Klossov, thank you for the Doomacorn. Radicalized Ryan, thank you also for the Doomacorn. And Da Chris K says, greets from Germany. Hail to Chris K. It's good to see you. And hail to one of my new channel members, Braggy Aggie, who has found the emojis. Outstanding. Outstanding. That makes me happy. I'm going to pop some happy emojis there. I'm glad that you found it, my friend. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of emojis for channel members over there. And I think this week we're going to be having an Archvillain live stream, probably at some point this week. And probably next week we will have another, or two, at least 2 weeks, a channel member live stream as well for all of our just channel members, no matter at what level they are. Dominion, Dumentite, and Archvillains will have a live stream for you guys as well. It won't be this week, though. It'll probably be next week or the week after, because we've got our St. Patrick's live stream here coming up. Ironworks Gaming with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Ironworks Gaming, who says, have you seen Resident Alien on Sci-Fi? It's good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's very good. I've enjoyed it, Resident Alien so far. Now, I'm a few episodes behind, and some people said that it went woke, which would be a damn shame if that's true. But from what I've seen of it so far, I've really enjoyed it. And I also, again, would like to recommend The Queen's Gambit on Netflix. One of the best shows I've seen in a long time. A long time. Damn fine show. Really strong female lead. She is amazing. Amazing actress. Great story. It just kicks ass, man. I recommend Queen's Gambit on Netflix very strongly. Incogchito with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Incogchito, who says, if Disney fired Kathleen Kennedy, who do you think they'd replace her with? What if it was someone even more woke? That's hard to even imagine. Like Tashiki Wanker Coates or somebody like that. Tico Woke Titty? Well, maybe. I don't know. Incognito. I think that would be a real, moment. That would be a sad suck moment. That would be painful. I don't know how I would survive that. Thank you, Incognito, for a horrible thought. Horrible thought. WG with another $20 super chat, as if the previous $200 super chat was not enough. WG is back with a super cool avatar. By the way, that avatar is awesome. Is that Skull and Bones? Where'd you get that avatar? And a $20 super chat. Thank you, sir, for that. He says, DC, I'm no expert on Britain, but since Queen Elizabeth's formal name is Elizabeth Regina, would Prince Harry then be formally called Harry Regina? If so, I'm pretty sure I know why he left. Huzzah! Thank you, WG. I appreciate that $20 super chat. And Mary Stone here in our regular chat is saying, Lord Doomcock, you have helped me and others in ways that you will never know. Years ago, there would be no way I would have admitted any of this, but because of this, it has helped me process. I'm delighted, Mary. You're safe to say stuff here. You're among friends, and I support you, and I'm grateful to know you. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you for trusting us with that stuff, and I'm glad that we were able to help you with our friendship, help you to become the best you can be. I think that's really all we can ever hope for. It's all we can ever aspire to. Thank you, Mary, for sharing that. That's awesome. And thank you, WG. That's Harry Regina. It's like that Beatles song. Harry Regina picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream. Thank you, WG, for that. You, sir, are cool. And Oliver Klossov with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Says, once upon a time, I wanted to see the Last Starfighter sequel. Not right now. Hollywood would just mess up another IP. Yeah, we don't want any remakes. We never want any more remakes. No more reboots. No more reimaginings. They're always shoddy, always ruined, always driven into the ground, and always turned woke with stunt casting and fuel-injected wankerhood. It's just never a good idea. Film Lars, are you heading out? Have a good day, Film Lars. Thank you for being here. You have a good week. You hear? It was good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here tonight. And we have got Sci-Fi Freak with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sci-Fi Freak. Says, in my story, should I make Princess Irene and Prince Odwin, I think that's how I spelled it, brother and sister or not? I'm thinking so. Well, I don't know. Do they get hot and bothered? Do they go walk it down, walk it down, walk it down? Oh, Popeye, Olive. I mean, are they getting down? In which case, if they are getting down, if they're getting hot and sweaty in the sheets, if they're getting naked, then yeah, make them brother and sister. It's wrong. I know. I just wanted to see if you were listening. I think do whatever suits the story best, Sci-Fi Freak. You let your Sci-Fi Freak flag fly and you do whatever the hell you want. It's your story. It's your universe. And in it, you, sir, are God. Never forget that. And Nicholas Horton with a 10-pound super chat. Hail, Nicholas Horton, who says, Doomcock, another good thing about Legend of the Seeker is the ladies look so hot in those skin-tight leather suits, something we rarely see now in shows or movies. It was a good fantasy show. It was. I saw I picked up on it kind of in the middle, and I was like, okay, I need to stop watching this until I can find out a way to watch it from the start. Is it on Netflix right now? Where can I find Legend of the Seeker? Where can I see it to watch it from the start? Anybody have any insight into that? Where it's currently showing? Let me know. I'd like to check that out. Hail, Nicholas Horton. Yeah, the ladies were hot in that, man. There were some hot chicks on that show, I gotta say. And Mexican Iron Man with a $10 super chat. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. Who says, Overlord DVD, I love Bosch. No, he is going back in time to regain youth and then forward in time where he lands on Voyager. All right. Well, that's a sci-fi twist to Bosch that I never saw coming, Mexican Iron Man. I dig it. I dig it, brother. Can you say I dig it? I knew that you could. I knew that you could. Hail to you, sir. And let's see, we've got Matthew Anderson here with a $4.99 super chat. Gosh, I thought you already asked this, Matthew. Didn't I answer this? Matthew Anderson says, what is the best physical Looney Tunes collection you can recommend to fans who want to preserve them from Warner Brothers? The Looney Tunes Golden Collection, Matthew Anderson. The Looney Tunes Golden Collection. It is like 6 collections of multiple discs, and they're very, very, very good. So I would recommend those. Matthew Anderson, you can't go wrong with those. I Love Scotch with a $5 super chat. Hail, I Love Scotch. And again, sir, he did not say anything. Maybe because he loves Scotch a little too much and drank a lot of it and forgot to type something. But either way, typed or not, I love Scotch. I thank you, and I really deeply appreciate your contribution to the channel. God bless you, sir. And Oliver Klosov, yes, Roadrunner cartoons. The Roadrunner cartoons are some of the absolute funniest things ever made by human beings on this earth. Absolute pure genius. And Braggy Aggie says, what's Opera Doc? Best cartoon ever. Indeed it is. Remember when Elmer Fudd is singing to Bugs Bunny in drag? Oh, Brunhilde, you're so lovely.
Yes, I know it. I can't help it.
Oh, Brunhilde, be my love. Doesn't get better than What's Opera Doc. Except the Roadrunner cartoons, which are pound for pound the funniest shit ever made in this world. Michael Allen with a $5 super chat. Hail, Michael Allen, who says 4+ hours streaming, plus videos, plus world domination. You are a legend, you evil, demented pop culture warrior. Thank you, Michael Allen. I do my best, sir. You guys inspire me. I get here, I get talking to you guys, I get on a roll. And it's just hard to stop. Now, it's almost 2:00 in the morning here. So I will be having to end fairly soon. But I'm having fun, and we're going on. I'm going to try to get the rest of these here super chats because you guys are awesome. Thank you, Michael Allen. Yeah, it's actually now been 5 hours and 11 minutes. This has been a 5-hour and 11-minute edition of the Inquisition. Oliver Klosov with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Says, I am a nerd. I read tech manuals for fun. No, sir. You are not merely a nerd, Oliver Klosov. You are like Scotty. You may be a future engineer on board the USS Enterprise. And what finer thing could there be other than being captain, of course. Thank you, Oliver Klosov. I appreciate that, sir. And Always Dreaming with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Always Dreaming, who says, I'm poor, but you're better than Netflix. So here. Oh, thank you, Always Dreaming. That's very kind of you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Always dreaming. Don't ever stop dreaming. Don't ever stop dreaming, man. It's like that Tom Waits song. You're innocent when you dream. Any Tom Waits fans here in the chat? I really love Tom Waits. He is just fantastic. Remember Clap Hands?
Same, they're all insane. Fireman's blind, the conductor's lame. Cincinnati jacket and a sad luck day. Hanging out the window with a bottle full of rain. Clap hands. Oh, clap hands. Clap hands. Clap hands. Or is like insane. Jesus gonna be here soon, yeah. Jesus gonna be here with a blanket from the moon. Tom Waits, man. Tom Waits is the shit. Tom Waits is the shit. You're Innocent When You Dream is one of his best songs. Also, I like Jockey Full of Bourbon is a fantastic song. God, that's a good song. But anyway, I digress. Sorry about that. Always dreaming, you keep on dreaming. And if ever I can do anything for you, always dreaming, you just let me know, okay? And Shogunai with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Shogunai, who says, hail DC. Would it not be extremely entertaining if Doctor Who's very final regeneration was Harvey Cthulhu right before it was destroyed anyway? Well, that is funny that you say that, Shogunai, because Harvey has been working on a little something for Doctor Who. I'm not going to say what it is at this juncture. Yes, Father Dope. What's he building in there? Yes, Tom Waits. We got a Tom Waits fan here. I got to say, folks, Harvey has worked up something that I think is absolutely going to be insane and go viral. And I'm going to have him put it on his channel. Probably will get struck down. I don't know. But when it's released, I will be publicizing it on Pop Culture Breakdown on my channel. But stand by. We might even have it as soon as this week. But it's something pretty funny, and I think you're gonna like it. Hail Shogunai, and thank you, sir, for that super chat. All right, let me refresh up here. Want to make sure I don't miss out on anything. It looks like I am caught up here. So shoot. I think that's it. Silver Pill Gary, it says the Inquisition has turned into Sunday Night Frolics at this point of the show. LOL. No. I'm not gonna do any of that kind of stuff here. But I did just want to let you know that Harvey been working on that, and it's pretty damn funny. Dr. Cthulhu. Oh, that's great. Phoenix Argus. That is great. Dr. Cthulhu.
Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. I've got to remember that. Phoenix Argus. Holy smokes, man. That's inspired. That is absolutely, that is inspired. Dr. Cthulhu is just too damn good. Trying to catch it here. It's scrolling too fast. All right. I'm going to try to paste this into a document here. Hold on just a sec. Let me see if I can. Dr. Cthulhu is fantastic. I love it. Thank you, Phoenix Argus. That is genius. That is genius. Oh my God. That is perfect. Well, you guys, it is where are we? Yeah, it's about almost 2:00. Is there, thank you, Shogunai, for inspiring that as well. Is there anything that I can do for you guys before I go? Just maybe a little funny little something or other. If y'all have a request, I'd be happy to do it before we head on out here and get some sleep. I stand before you, your servant. So if there's anything y'all want to hear,
In space, can anyone hear a Karen bitchin'? I don't think so. And Nick B, that's a silly question. As a baby, I guess, as a baby. Let's see. Propane, YouTuber, or the Frog Song. Yeah, we could do the Frog Song. Oh, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me, and you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. So there you go. A little parting song on Friday nights, Sunday Inquisition, whatever it is. I'm loopy, but I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys have too. And I think we will leave it at that. But I tell you what, I'm going to have a bunch of Irish songs and stuff on Wednesday for our St. Patrick's Day live stream in the afternoon. Probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have Irish songs galore and have a lot of fun. So on that note, folks, I will go ahead and say golden pipes, eh? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. Whiskey in the jar. Well, all right. Why not? We'll do whiskey in the jar real quick, and then we will wrap this up. All right. A little whiskey in the jar by the Dubliners, a little preview of our St. Patrick's Day live stream coming up here. I hope you guys will attend, and here we go. As I was a-going o'er the far-famed Kerry mountains, I met with Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced me pistol and I then produced me rapier, saying stand and deliver, for he were a bold deceiver. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I counted out his money, and it made a pretty penny. I put it in me pocket, and I took it home to Jenny. She sighed and she swore that she never would deceive me. But the devil take the women, for they never can be easy. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I went up to my chamber, all for to take a slumber. I dreamt of gold and jewels, and for sure it was no wonder. But Jenny drew me charges, and she filled them up with water, and sent for Captain Farrell to be ready for the slaughter. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. 'Twas early in the morning, just before I rose to travel. Up comes a band of footmen, and likewise a Captain Farrell. I first produced me pistol, for she stole away me rapier. I couldn't shoot the water, so a prisoner I was taken. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. There's some take delight in the carriages a-rolling, and others take delight in the hurling and the bowling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty fair maids in the morning bright and early. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. If anyone can aid me, 'tis my brother in the army. If I can find his station in a Cork or in Killarney, and if he'll go with me, we'll go roving through Kilkenny, and I'm sure he'll treat me better than my own sporting Jenny. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mush-a-ring, dum-a-doo, dum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, Back for my daddy, oh, there's whiskey in the jar. Whiskey in the jar on the Inquisition at the end, because we are wrapping this sucker up now. Thank you guys for being here all this time on the Inquisition. I hope you all had a blast. I sure as hell did. You guys are awesome. And I hope to see you on Wednesday, and then maybe pop in on Friday Night Frolics, where I do Star Wars parody songs, weird bits with William Shatner as Captain Kirk doing Shakespeare and other weird commercials. Like, for instance, William Shatner doing My Baloney has a first name. It's Oscar. My Baloney has a second name. It's Oscar. Meyer. I can't spell. Oh, I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why, I'll say, mister. Because Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA. Shit like that. Anyway, we've also got a new channel member that has joined, Midnight Mike. Midnight Mike has joined the channel membership, or it might be Midnight Mick. I can't tell. But thank you for supporting the channel, brother. We really appreciate you. Thank you all for coming here on this Sunday night. I hope you have a wonderful week. Hope to see you later on this week. I will have some more videos coming out very soon. But in the meantime, from the center of the earth, this is none other than Dictor Van Doomcock himself. Bidding you all, my friends, stay safe, stay sane, stay optimistic, but above all else, stay angry. Good night, you guys. Good night, everybody. See you next time.